Muy buenas chicos y chicas, al habla Chibique y aquí seguimos en Final Fantasy XVI. Nos encontramos ya en la recta final del juego y en este capítulo lo que vamos a hacer son todas las misiones secundarias que nos quedan y no sé si añadiremos también las cacerías, depende del tiempo que nos lleven las misiones secundarias, porque ya os adelanto que va a ser un capítulo muy largo. Y aquí comienza la nueva misión principal, de vuelta a su origen. Vamos a contarles a todos lo que ha pasado en la columna del dragón y como siempre comenzamos con Otto. Como no, siempre tenemos que informar a nuestro querido Otto cada vez que llegamos a la guarida de todo lo ocurrido. Entonces hablamos con él, que se encuentra aquí en la toldilla.
Still alive, I see. Something tells me that eyesore on the horizon is your doing. How'd you manage that?
It's a long story. One that I'd rather only tell once.
Right. All hands on deck then.
Is this everyone? As I'm sure you've all guessed, the crystal which now commands the eastern skies was summoned by Ultima. He called it Origin. Though the significance of that name is as yet unclear.
What does it matter what it's called? Its emergence tore Twinside asunder and wiped my homeland from the map.
Mention of the Dominion spires can be found in the oldest of Valisthian records. But to the best of my knowledge, none provide any hint as to their true nature. That they would prove the horns of some slumbering demon. Well,
the Dominion's demise was at least quick. Elsewhere, the Republican army cannot hope to contain the chaos engulfing Randalar. Canva is in flames, and the Empire.
Our allies are crying out for answers. I've sent the curse breakers to give them what assurances we can, but right now that amounts to fuck all.
They wouldn't be able to stop what the skies have started in any case. People here and across the realm grow sicker with every passing day.
Could it be that this new mother crystal is like the others? That it draws upon the land's ether? It certainly looked that way from stone here.
If that were true, it would explain the hastening spread of the blight since the crystal's appearance. Would it not?
And as the land's ether slowly rises to the surface, it pools, corrupting all who cannot channel its energies. Archay above, ether floods below, and in the middle, here we languish, hopelessly entrapped.
It's all right. When we faced him at Stone here, Ultima told us his true power quickens in the halls of Origin. Needless to say, we cannot allow that to continue. If we are to stop him, we will have to find a way into the crystal.
How are we gonna manage that then? It's up in the sky. And fast as she is, the Enterprise can't fly.
It's a lot to take in, and I reckon we'd all benefit from some time to clear our heads. The answer will come to us. Don't you worry. Ain't that right, Clive?
Right. That's right.
Well, go on then. Bugger off. Same goes for you, Clive. You won't solve anything like this. Trust me. Go and get some fresh air, eh?
Otto nos ha dado el mayor consejo que escucharéis en vuestra vida, y es que las cosas con prisas siempre salen mal. Bueno, vamos a hablar ahora con Joshua.
Ultima may have created us, but he doesn't make us who we are. Only we can do that. And if he would have us fight for our survival, so be it. It's what we've been doing all along.
Much like Ultima himself, it would seem. His new world being naught but a means to survive. And so, we must contend to decide which of us shall inherit the land. Should Ultima prevail, it will mean death for us all. Of that, we can be certain. But even should he fail, what world awaits us? A withered, godless place, where our newfound freedom will most like prove a chain in itself.
Well, that may be, but a chain can always be broken. As long as one has the will to break it, it won't be easy. It may take generations, centuries of suffering. And that is, if everyone plays their part. But it will happen. And when it does, it will be on our terms. That is the world that awaits us.
Indeed. And what better world could one wish for?
But first, we have to reach that crystal.
Then it's a good thing I have wings.
You can barely stand, let alone fly. And only the Founder knows what horrors await in those skies. Are you certain about this?
Am I certain? I am the Phoenix. I will do what I must. This is our fight. Remember.
All right. I yield. But only what you must, yes? I'm still your sworn shield.
That you are.
And what of my wings? Lest you forget, you go to stand against a god. I would not have you succumb to fatigue before the fight begins. Ifrit, your brother mentioned that some few of the dominants who had lost their power to you were still able to prime. Is that true?
It is. But their icons no longer submitted to their will.
Then mine will have to be stronger. That you both might save your strength for the battle to come.
You don't have to do this.
If you do, there's a chance you might lose all you have left.
And what have I but regret? My life ended in the Dominion. I fear death no more. Besides, I would have words with Ultima. He has much to answer for.
We are in your debt, Dion.
We can speak of debts when this is over.
He speaks like a man who knows he's not coming back. And has come to terms with that.
That doesn't mean that we have to. Does it, Clive?
Time to talk to Jill.
Bueno, chicos, pues tras hablar con Joshua y con Dion, ahora nos queda hablar con Jill, que se encuentra en nuestro camarote, en la terracita. Estará mirando el horizonte. No sé, vamos a hablar con ella y a ver qué nos dice. ¿Nos acompañará en la batalla final? ¿Se quedará aquí en la guarida?
Come to wish on a star.
That might not be such a bad idea. This is it, Jill. You know what I have to do. Why I have to do it. There's no turning back now. This is where our journey was leading us. Where it will end, for better or worse.
I could pray to Metia for you. But you'll be all right, won't you, Clive? You always are.
I did promise we'd watch the moon together.
I'll be waiting.
Vale, aquí es donde comenzamos realmente el capítulo. Una vez que habléis con Jill, se nos desbloquean todas las misiones secundarias. Lo primero, vamos a comenzar a leer cartas. Vamos a ver qué tenemos por aquí. Tenemos una carta nueva sin leer y luego dos misiones secundarias. Una nueva vida. Aunque el camino de vuelta se nos hizo largo y tuvimos que dar algún que otro rodeo por culpa de los orcos, al final logramos llegar a la Costa Umbra y embarcar en el Enterprise con Eda. Durante la travesía, la pobre mujer nos estuvo hablando sobre su vida y la que quería para su hijo. Ahora es tarea nuestra asegurar el futuro de la criatura. Gaff. Aseguraremos el futuro de su hijo y el de todo el mundo. Vamos con la primera misión secundaria. A Torgal le vuelve a pasar algo. Por si no te habías dado cuenta, tu perro anda un tanto raro. Se pasa todo el día en la cubierta de babor mirando el horizonte, como si quisiera marcharse a alguna parte. No me seas mangurrián y pásate a echarle un vistazo. Caron.
What is it this time, Torgal?
Misión aceptada, la Isla de los Recuerdos. Esto ya me dice que Torgal nos va a llevar a algún lugar. A ver, tenemos que ir a la cubierta de babor, supongo que a hablar con Torgal. Vamos a preguntarle a nuestro perro qué es lo que le pasa. Miedo me da que conteste. A ver, está por aquí. Ahí arriba. Sí, aquí lo tenemos. Es verdad que mirando al horizonte.
Pining for something, boy. What is it? What do you see out there? I never did ask where you got that anklet of yours.
From Sid, that's why. On the day he brought him home.
That long ago?
And you're only thinking to ask this now? Sid saw that the pup had a habit of gnawing on his leg, since you ask. Clap that there iron on him to keep him from doing it.
What was wrong, boy?
I'll take like as not. Must have been hard on the poor whelp losing his loving masters at such a young age. Doubly hard in being a frost wolf, torn away from his icons and all. Sid would always tell him, you want my iron gone, you find what it is you're looking for. I reckon what he was looking for was you.
I'm sorry, Torgal. Sorry for making you wait so long. Let's get that thing off you.
Doesn't sound like he wants it off.
Indeed. You miss Sid as much as the rest of us, don't you? You want me to go with you somewhere?
Quick, aren't you? Glad you've been paying attention.
Not nearly as much as you have, Lady Caerán.
Aye, good thing and all. It's not like Gav would have kept him in nuts and rubbed his belly these past 10 summers.
Your kindness is appreciated. You've been a good friend to him.
Only because he doesn't talk back like the rest of you. Go on now.
Where to then, Torgal?
Dime a dónde vamos, Torgal. A ver hacia dónde fue. Sigue a Torgal, nos dicen. Ok. Vamos a volver por donde hemos venido. Por aquí, por la herrería. Que por cierto, parece que tiene cosas nuevas, pero por el momento no me interesa demasiado. Hablamos de nuevo con Torgal.
All right, Torgal. Where are you taking me? I'm going to need a little bit more than that, boy. Do you have a better hint for me? Unless you've already given me one. Back on the rear deck, you were looking west, toward Rosaria. Why don't we try the rookery? I haven't been to the island in almost 20 years. To Port Isolde, then. Fingers crossed the old mooring is still there.
Ok, tenemos que ir a Puerto Isolda. Facilito. Nos salimos al mapa. Y el Puerto Isolda está por la parte izquierda, ¿verdad? A ver, por aquí. Es este, sí. Una vez aquí, pues nos vamos a donde nos marca, que es el embarcadero. Y de paso vamos a agarrar un cofrecito que hay aquí. Muestro ubicación en el mapa. No contiene nada importante, pero bueno, ya que está aquí. Y ahora nos acercamos a la barca, chicos. Vamos a embarcar.
It's still here. After all these years. A lot smaller than I remember. And you're a lot bigger. You might have to swim, boy. I wasn't being serious. This place hasn't changed at all. The rookery's right through those trees. Come on. Race you there? I bet I could still beat you.
¿De verdad piensas que puedes ganar a Torgal en una carrera? Supongo que esto de aquí es el nidal.
Here we are. This was our hideaway. Wasn't it, Torgal? Coming here helped me to forget who I was. Or wasn't. Prince, shield. Son his mother could love. Had I been any one of those things? Perhaps. What is it, boy? This is all from the castle. And Phoenix Gate. Did you bring these here? My sparring sword. Well. You never stopped looking for me, did you, boy? Thank you, Torgal, for never giving up, for never forgetting. Let's take this with us, shall we? So I don't forget either. That's not the way back to the boat, Torgal. All right. I'm coming.
Qué bonito. Torgal nunca dejó de pensar en Clive. Si es que por algo dicen que los perros son los mejores amigos del hombre. En realidad es que nos dan tanto amor. ¿En serio? Es increíble. Venga, vamos a acercarnos ahora al acantilado y veamos qué ocurre.
People always talk about the importance of putting the past behind you. But without it, we wouldn't be who we are today. And we certainly couldn't steer our way to a better tomorrow. Come on, Torgal. Let's go home.
Vaya, pues con esto hemos completado la misión. Ha sido una misión, pues, bonita. No hemos tenido que hacer mucho y la recompensa no está nada mal. Un coleccionable para el camarote y 5600 puntos de experiencia. Estamos aquí de vuelta. Vamos a irnos de nuevo a la guarida. Y ahora, antes de continuar con la otra misión que teníamos en las cartas, vamos a hacer una misión de Joshua que nos va a permitir desbloquearle como acompañante para el resto de misiones que hagamos y también para la caza de escorias. Así que nos vendrá muy bien. Vamos a hablar con Joshua, nada más llegar a la guarida, subir las escaleras y ahí estará, a vuestra derecha. Y elegimos la promesa de un padre.
Joshua, what's wrong? And don't say nothing.
It's not nothing. I've received word from Cyril. The Undying have found Father's will, or something akin to it.
His will? How? Where?
In the crypt beneath Rosalith Castle. After Kupka was kind enough to drive out the Imperials, the Undying took the opportunity to recover what relics of the Duchy yet remained. And in the process of doing so, they found a letter from Father.
I'm surprised anything survived down there.
Cyril asked that I join him in Tabor at my convenience. I have been meaning to go, but would you join me?
Of course. I want to know what's in that letter as much as you do.
Very well. I am ready to leave when you are.
Misión aceptada, la promesa de un padre. Tenemos que ir a Tabor a reunirnos con Cyril, que nos ha llamado por algo relacionado con nuestro padre. Pues venga, rumbo a Tabor, que está un poquito más abajo a la derecha. Y vamos a hablar con Cyril, que si no ha cambiado de lugar debería de estar dentro de la taberna o de la posada, no sé exactamente lo que es. Básicamente detrás vuestro. Madre mía, qué oscuro. Ahí está Cyril.
Your Grace, my lord, I trust your journey was not overly onerous.
Cyril, you found a letter from Father?
Yes, I have it here. If you would do us the honor, my lord.
Carta de papá Rosfield. Sé que mucho os pido al involucraros en esta guerra, pero el futuro de nuestra nación depende de ella. Sin embargo, aun cuando logremos recuperar el hálito del dragón, no podremos huir de la calígine que impregna la tierra. He de proseguir con mi plan para asegurar la prosperidad de nuestro pueblo, mas no todos en Rosaria comparten los mismos ideales. Dudo mucho que el destino tenga a bien brindarme muchos más años de vida para consumarlo, así que quiero que continuéis con mi legado, pues solo vosotros tenéis la convicción y el coraje necesarios para llevarlo a cabo. Gran empresa os encomiendo, y lo mínimo que puedo hacer es dejaros esto en herencia para mostraros mi apoyo como vuestro padre. Elwyn. ¿Y qué nos ha dejado de herencia? Porque eso no lo ha escrito en la carta.
An inheritance.
It would seem the late Archduke penned this missive shortly before his passing.
The day before we left for Phoenix Gate.
What are these plans he spoke of?
His plans for the duchy, Your Grace. Your father entrusted them to my predecessor, the former bearer of the Burning Quill, who entrusted them in turn to me. The complete emancipation of bearers is their stated aim. But your father's dream did not end there. His Grace also spoke of building hospices to care for those stricken by the curse, and the founding of a new university to further the development of non-magical technologies. With the blight spreading ever more widely across the twins, Archduke Elwyn saw this as the only means of securing Rosaria's survival.
He wished to see men and bearers treated as equals. To see centuries of common wisdom overturned. Small wonder he did not think it achievable within his lifetime.
But he thought it achievable nonetheless. Had he not, he would never have written this message. Nor would he have entrusted his vision to his most faithful aides. Those who would have stood with you, shielded you from the machinations of the less benevolent personages at court.
It's a pity only they are still with us.
'Tis true that those most loyal to your father were the first to suffer the Duchess's wrath. But one at least remains, and she has come bearing gifts.
What do you mean?
Mayhap it is better that she explain, my lord. After all, the duties entrusted to me by my predecessor extended only to recovering His Grace's will and arranging a meeting with the one who might execute it, or a part of it at least.
And where is this woman?
She awaits you in the archive, Your Grace.
Thank you, Cyril. Shall we then?
Tenemos que ir a hablar con una mujer a la que le fue encomendada nuestra herencia, y está aquí cerquita. Subís por las escaleras a vuestra derecha y entramos en esta casa. Vamos a hablar con la anciana.
My lord, your grace. I hardly recognize you. I am Goditha, retainer of House Rosfield, loyal servant to the Phoenix and his shields. Your father, the Archduke Elwyn, entrusted me with the delivery of a gift. I only hope you can forgive my tardiness in bringing it to you.
Lift up your head, Lady Goditha. You have our gratitude for your service to our house and to our father.
I merely did my duty, as any proud Rosarian would.
My lady, perhaps you could explain a little more? What exactly is the gift you bring?
As I'm sure you know, it has long been the custom for the children of House Rosfield to be presented with certain keepsakes upon their coming of age.
Indeed it has. Our father often spoke of the day when our turn would come.
And had he lived to see it, he would have presented you with the treasures I bear. Matching armbands for you both. Alas, he did not live. Indeed, he was taken from us even before they could be completed. He had intended to claim the Heartstone with which each armband was to be finished himself, but it was not to be. And his gifts remain incomplete.
I see.
It saddens me to bring them before you, as they are. It was your father's wish that you be presented with the finished articles, not these, works in progress. But with his grace long since gone, and the stone left unclaimed, I had little choice. You are grown men now, and his house is yours. And while I would not presume to insist upon your claiming the Heartstone in his stead, I know that nothing would have pleased him more than for you to do so.
Thank you, Lady Guarida.
What say you, Clive?
What else? Of course, my lady. May our father's will be done.
Oh, I am much obliged.
Do you know where we might find this Heartstone, my lady?
I do. Though it may be a matter of a good deal more than simply happening upon it. It is found in the bellies of elder griffins, you see. We do at least know where to find one. A certain specimen has made its nest in Titan's Wake, not far from here.
A certain specimen?
You are most perceptive, Your Grace. In answer to your unspoken question, yes. In fact, this is the very same beast your father meant to slay. I have been tracking its movements since you were but a boy. Were you to slay it in his stead, as men of House Rosfield, it would surely make your father proud.
What say you, Joshua?
What else?
Ok, la herencia se trata de 2 brazaletes a juego, uno para Joshua y otro para Clive, pero les falta engarzar un mineral que tan solo se encuentra en el interior de los grifos. Así que tenemos que derrotar a un grifo para poder obtener esa cardiolita. Os teletransportáis a la senda dorada, chicos, y desde aquí nos vamos a ir hacia la izquierda y tarde o temprano deberíamos de encontrarnos con el grifo. Es un camino completamente lineal y además, si no me equivoco, creo que es donde nos enfrentamos a una escoria llamada Thanatos, ¿puede ser? No me acuerdo ya, pero sí, fue por aquí. Ahí tenemos al grifo. No parece demasiado difícil. Vamos a acercarnos a él. Polvito de diamantes. Muy bien. Onda letal para que vaya haciendo efecto. He fallado la ala carmesí, pero no importa. Llamas del renacer. Y se ha quedado a un golpe de estar vulnerable. No me lo puedo creer. No veo nada. ¿Te puedes quedar vulnerable, por favor? Bueno, eso también me vale. Vamos a meter el ala carmesí, el gigafulgor. Mucho daño aquí. Ráfaga telúrica. Vale, más o menos ya a la mitad de la vida. Vamos cargando el sable justiciero. Nos podría servir de ayuda. Onda letal. Esto va reduciendo su barra de ímpetu. Cuidado con esta caída. Vale, tiene onda expansiva, ¿eh? Ojo con esto. ¿Me ha golpeado? ¿En serio? Saltamos. Vale. Polvo de diamantes otra vez. He puesto el modo superación para ir curándome, más que nada. Se va a quedar vulnerable. Ahí estamos. A la carmesí, gigafulgor. Ráfaga telúrica después. Unos poquitos ataques más, chicos. Y le tenemos, ¿eh? Tenemos otra vez las llamas del renacer. Creo que le vencemos con esto. Ahí está. Facilito. Enemigo derrotado. Solo 600 de experiencia. Muy poco, ¿no? Pero bueno, ahí tenemos la cardiolita. Pues nada, nos volvemos otra vez a Tabor y entregamos la cardiolita a la anciana. Estaría genial que los brazaletes fueran una pieza de equipamiento, pero lo dudo mucho. No creo que se puedan equipar. Serán para completar la misión y ya. Pero bueno, es lo que hay.
Thank the Founder you were safe. The Griffin is slain then?
And the Heartstone claimed.
Yes. This radiant luster like frozen flame. It is just as your father described it. Thank you, my lord. Your grace. Your father would be so proud.
Lady Goditha, the lapidary is ready.
Thank you, Cyril. I will be with him shortly. If you would excuse me, I shall have the stone cut and set forthwith. The armbands are complete. Pray, take them. They are yours, after all. Heartstone is harder and more enduring than garnet, or even ruby. It symbolizes unwavering will and devotion. And the graven vines encircling the stone represent the unbreakable bonds between you.
It's a message. Father knew we had enemies both inside and outside the duchy. Enemies who would thwart his vision. Only with unwavering devotion would it ever be realized.
And only if we stood together, as Phoenix and Shield, as brothers in arms, only then might those enemies be overcome.
Indeed. His Grace knew the enormity of the task he would entrust to you, his heirs. But this was more than just a message. It was a promise. That he would always be with you.
Thank you, Lady Goditha, for remaining the steadfast custodian of our father's will.
Forgive me, my lady, but there is something I don't quite understand. The Undying told me that after Father died, Mother claimed all of the ducal treasures for her own. Even if the armbands were incomplete, she would surely not have overlooked them. So, how were you able to keep them from her?
Because I was the keeper of the vault. Though I was but a lowly servant, your father spoke to me of his intentions for the bands, of the deep love he had for both of you, and his hopes for your future. In the days before the disaster at Phoenix Gate, I discovered that the Duchess had ordered her jewelry be sent away from the castle. It was then that I knew she meant to betray us. I tried to warn your father, but it was too late. When word of the fire reached Rosalith, I knew my time was short. So I took up the armbands and I fled into the night.
And thank the Founder you did.
Yet my duty to your father was incomplete. Not knowing what else to do, I followed the Griffin, thinking I might claim the Heartstone on its passing. And so my pursuit continued, until Lord Cyril appeared before me. He informed me that His Grace's will had been recovered, and that his sons were alive and well.
Lady Goditha, On behalf of my father and all the people of Rosaria, I thank you for your loyal service.
As do I.
Thank you, my lord. Your grace, for coming back to us. For giving my service meaning.
Tras obtener los brazaletes, salimos de la casa y tendremos una pequeña escena con Cyril.
The bands suit you well. It must be gratifying to finally receive the inheritance that was denied you for so long.
It is. And we thank you for the part you played, Cyril.
If you would permit me to play my part a little longer, might I suggest that you make your way to your father's memorial atop Hawk's Cry Cliff? Let him see that you have received his blessing, and that his vision lives on in you.
I suppose it would be churlish not to. What do you say, Clive? Should we pay Father a visit?
I think we should. I was hoping to be able to offer him my thanks before we left for Origin.
Your father's helm is enshrined there. It has been since the day we recovered it from Phoenix Gate. I prithee claim it, for it too is a part of your inheritance, and I do not doubt that your father would prefer it in your hands than perched upon some lonely rock.
Thank you, Cyril. Come on, Clive. He's waiting.
Y ahora, para finalizar la misión, tenemos que ir a la tumba de Elwyn. Así que salimos al mapa y nos dirigimos al acantilado Gañido del Halcón. Una vez que estéis por aquí, como veis, nuestro objetivo está a unos 200 metros. Llamamos a Ambrosía y ponemos rumbo hacia allí. A ver, creo que es un camino que va como por debajo del acantilado, si no me equivoco. Me pareció ver una tumba la primera vez que estuvimos aquí. Mirad, todo lleno de chocobos acásicos. A ver, creo que es por aquí. ¿Me puedo tirar? No, no me puedo tirar. ¡Qué tontería! No entiendo por qué en algunas zonas te deja tirarte y aquí no cuando tienes el camino justo debajo. Pero bueno, dais un pequeño rodeo y llegaréis a la tumba. Vamos a ver qué ocurre.
Father always fought for what he believed was right. It wasn't until that night at Phoenix Gate that I realized I had never fought for anything. I always had someone else to do the fighting for me.
No matter how fate conspired against him, he never lost heart, never looked back, never stopped fighting. To me, he was the greatest of men. And I've been trying to live up to his ideals ever since.
We all have, Clive. We all have. And we'll keep trying. Because that's what he would have wanted.
What he would have done himself. Even if it meant standing against the very gods in the heavens.
I shall be borrowing this, Father, if I may. That you might watch over us as we follow in your footsteps.
We won't lay you down.
Onward then. Onward. To the end.
And to a new beginning.
Pues ahora sí, misión cumplida. 7200 de experiencia, nada mal, y yelmo herrumbroso, coleccionable para el camarote. Y además, juntos hasta el final, Joshua. Joshua se ha unido al grupo y formará parte de él hasta que partas a Origen. O sea que vamos a tener la ayuda de Joshua para cualquier misión secundaria que hagamos o cacería. Por eso era importante hacer esta misión secundaria. Volvemos entonces a la guarida y ahora vamos a hacer una misión relacionada con Jill, para así también tenerla como acompañante. Teniendo a estos dos más Torgal, hombre, son 3 personajes que pueden ayudar bastante. Antes de nada, por aquí en habilidades, vamos a mejorar, que ya tenemos puntos suficientes, el sable oscuro, el sable de Odín. Así podremos alcanzar el nivel 5 de sable justiciero, que podría sernos útil. Bueno, pues vamos a poner rumbo al camarote. De nuevo vamos a leer alguna que otra carta, y ahí es donde se encuentra además la misión que os comento sobre Jill. Vamos a ver qué tenemos. Hay un par de cartas nuevas y 2 misiones secundarias. Yo creo que vamos a empezar por un can formidable, que es de la misión de antes. Tú y tu perro habréis pasado juntos casi media vida, pero no olvides que aún desconoces mucho de él. Puede que le enseñe los dientes hasta un beguimo por protegerte, pero tampoco des por sentado que va a ser así siempre. La criatura tiene sentimientos y a veces solo quiere que lo acaricien, le digan lo buen chico que es y le den un buen puñado de nueces de cupó. Recuérdalo bien, Caron. Hombre, a nuestro perrito lo tenemos súper mimado, ¿eh? Vamos con la siguiente carta. Nuestro propio camino. ¿Recuerdas lo que me dijiste aquella noche en el pórtico del Fénix? El destino de Rosaria está en manos del dominante al que tú, como guarda ducal, tienes el deber de proteger. Sin embargo, ¿por qué no puedo hacer lo propio? ¿Por qué no puedo protegerte a ti esta vez? Padre y Cid aspiraban a crear un mundo en el que rompiéramos las cadenas del destino y recorriéramos nuestro propio camino. Empecemos por cambiar esto, Clive. Déjame protegerte, déjame luchar a tu lado. Joshua. Qué bonito. Nuestro hermano se preocupa mucho por nosotros. Vamos ahora con esta misión secundaria. Estoy preocupado por Jill. Aunque Siva le haya ocasionado tanto dolor, creo que su pérdida le pesa en el corazón. Tenemos que hacer algo para animarla antes de partir a Origen y por eso me gustaría hablar contigo sobre el tema cuando tengas tiempo. Joshua, pues vamos a hablar de ello.
If Joshua was worried about Jill, I should go and speak with him.
Misión aceptada, mi tesoro. Pues lo primero que tenemos que hacer es hablar con Joshua, que fue el que nos envió la carta, y que nos explique qué es lo que cree que le pasa a Jill, si es por el tema Shiva o puede ser por otra cosa, y qué podemos hacer para, bueno, animarla, ¿no? Joshua se encuentra en el mismo lugar de antes, enfrente del ascensor.
Joshua, I read your message. You're right. Jill is different. I don't think I'd realized how different, but since we returned from Drake's spine, I've felt it more and more.
I suppose it's not hard to imagine why.
She doesn't think she belongs anymore.
And that's why we need to remind her she is still one of us. To let her know that we still need her, now more than ever. That you still need her. But how to do that? When last we were truly close, we were but children.
Of course. Do you remember the time we accompanied Father on his annual tour of the Duchy? And Jill and I broke from the procession to ride up Man's Hill.
To see the snow daisies, I remember. It was the first time Father had allowed us to join him. And when he realized you were missing, he had the entire retinue down to the pot boys combing the countryside.
In the rain. A thunderstorm forced us to take refuge in a grove of oaks before we'd even made it halfway there. It was the Lord Commander who finally found us, and needless to say, he was none too pleased.
Then it seems you and Jill have unfinished business. What do you say?
Man's Hill. It's not that far.
Oh, true. Though I suspect it is also much changed. Little in southern Rosaria remains as it was when we were children.
You're saying I should go and scout the area for bandits?
I'm saying we should first go and see if there are actually still any snow daisies left. What would you do without me, Clive?
Pues tras hablar con Joshua y, bueno, enterarnos de ese acontecimiento del pasado, tenemos que ir a la colina de Man, en el acantilado gañido del halcón, a ver si todavía quedan esas flores, ese campo de flores tan bonito al cual fueron cuando eran pequeños. Vamos a ver si existen. Uy, mira, está aquí al ladito. Se supone que es aquí, pero vamos, flores no veo.
This is the place, but...
I'm sorry, Clive.
There's nowhere been spared. What do we do now?
We keep looking. Man's Hill cannot be the only place where snow daisies grow.
Perhaps, but it's the only place I know of. Knew of.
Then why not ask someone who might know of another?
Someone at the backyard. To the hideaway, then.
Puede que Clive tenga razón, ha tenido una buena idea. Quizá los del huerto sepan decirnos dónde pueden crecer las margaritas aparte de este lugar. Así que de vuelta a la guarida y vamos a hablar con ellos. Creo que Frederica, la horticultora, nos podría ayudar. Simplemente avanzamos según llegáis, chicos. Dirección a la herrería. La atravesamos. Nos vamos hacia la izquierda. Y bajamos por las escaleras que nos llevan directamente al huerto. Aprenderme estos caminos me costó bastante, chicos. La primera vez que llegamos a esta guarida estaba más perdido que un elefante en una cacharrería. Mirad, ahí tenemos a Frederica. Vamos a hablar con ella, espero que nos ayude.
Oh, what brings you down from the heavens, Sid?
I need your advice. Joshua and I are looking for a place where snow daisies grow. Preferably in abundance.
Snow daisies. Then you'll want somewhere not too hot and not too cold. And where the winds are strong enough to carry the seeds. I reckon Man's Hill would be a good place to start. There in the Royal Meadows, perhaps? Both have similar climbs and the right elevation. If the Blight hasn't claimed them yet.
Right. Thank you.
Did you learn where we might find our flowers?
The gardener here mentioned the Royal Meadows in Sambrek.
Ah, the fields beyond Northreach. Well, if that's the case, then Yote was right. I recalled that she kept the record of our travels, you see. So I asked her if she'd perhaps noted anywhere that snow daisies grew, and she mentioned Oilerfeist Bay.
Whose shores border the meadows. Off we go then.
Así que puede que haya margaritas en la pradera real, pues no vayamos a perder más el tiempo. Nos vamos directos. Entramos en Northreach, también podéis ir directamente a la pradera real, da exactamente igual, pero desde aquí creo que llegáis primero. Vamos a ir dentro de la ciudad, porque hay que salir por el otro lado. Nos vamos hacia el norte. Ya sé que la marca nos aparece a la izquierda, pero tenemos que salir por la otra parte del pueblo, chicos. Por aquí. Venga, salimos por este lado. Vamos a llamar a Ambrosía. Ven aquí. Y nos vamos hacia la izquierda. Parece que detrás de ese acantilado puede que encontremos margaritas. Lo que noto es una acumulación de éter o estoy soñando. Veo unos tonos azulados que me indican que hay éter. Quizá nos espera algún acásico. Quién sabe. Uy, esto se está oscureciendo mucho. Ya estamos cerca. A ver, a ver. Pues no parece que haya éter. Lo que sí hay son unos cuantos enemigos. Pues nada, vamos a eliminarlos a todos. Nos quedamos aquí en el centro. Llamas del renacer. Y básicamente casi todos muertos. ¿Quién me queda por ahí? Un lobo. Qué poco daño hace el sable oscuro, muy poquito daño. Pero bueno. Uy, Torgal. Vaya. Me parecía demasiado fácil esto. Un minotauro. Toma ahí, congelado. Polvito de diamantes. Pum. Pum. Le dejamos mitad de barra a la carmesí. Atacamos con la ráfaga telúrica. Onda letal. Hay que aprovechar, Y enseguida se queda vulnerable. Ahí está. Siga fulgor. Facilito, facilito. Tenemos el ala carmesí otra vez. Qué rápido se carga. Vamos subiendo el sable justiciero. Onda letal. Uy, que tenemos un lobo por aquí. 2. ¿Qué es esto? A ver, odio tener más enemigos aparte del gigantón. Estaría bien tener las llamas del renacer. Pero estoy a punto de dejarle vulnerable otra vez. Cuidado. Vale. Bueno, la onda letal afecta a todos, lo cual está bastante bien. Los lobos creo que ya se han muerto. Este se queda vulnerable otra vez. Y ahora con un gigafulgor lo eliminamos. Easy. Facilito. ¿Solo 1950 puntos de experiencia? Vaya basura.
That was harder than I expected. But found her. It was worth it. They're beautiful.
Do you think Jill will like them?
She'll love them. Come on. Let's go.
It appears my work is done. The rest, as they say, is up to you. Well, you and the skies. We wouldn't want another thunderstorm now, would we?
Pues ya solo queda avisar a Jill para llevarla a la pradera real y que vea las margaritas. Jill se encuentra en nuestro camarote, en la terracita, así que vamos hasta allí, hablamos con ella, le mostramos el campo de flores y supongo que veremos seguramente alguna escena un tanto romántica entre Clive y ella. Vamos a ver.
Jill, there's something I'd like to show you.
There is? And where might this something be?
It's, not here. Now, I know this is sudden, but how would you fancy a trip to Oriflamme?
There are so many. This is what you wanted to show me. I don't know what to say.
You don't need to say anything. The smile on your face is enough. We've been worried about you, Joshua and I. Do you remember when I took you to Man's Hill? Or tried to?
How could I forget? You saw me crying and thought a change of scenery might lift my spirits. In the end, it earned me a nasty cough and a stern scolding from your mother. But I felt wonderful nonetheless.
I'm sorry. I had no idea what I was getting us both into. But I couldn't bear to see you like that.
Before we left, my chambermaid told me she'd overheard your mother talking about my marriage prospects with some of the noblewomen at court. They were debating whether it would be more profitable to marry me off to one of the high houses instead of saving me for the ducal line. No one thought to ask me what I wanted. I was nothing to them. A pawn at best. I felt so trapped. So lonely.
I didn't know.
But I wasn't alone. You were there. Your hand in mine as we ran for those oaks. And I knew then, no matter what happened, I would be all right. I'll never forget that feeling. Before we broke camp, the morning after the storm, do you know what I did?
No? What?
I slipped away from my governess to climb the tor. And from there I saw a sea of petals, all reaching for the sun. And I realized that no matter how terrible the night, dawn would always come. That you would always come for me. And you have. Again and again.
Where do you see us? When all this is over?
I don't know. Not here, though. I think I've outgrown the twins. After everything we've been through, the realm just seems so small. I'll need some space to spread my wings.
Then that's what you'll have. And I'll stop at nothing to see that you do.
I never was much good at garlands, but it'll have to do.
I'll treasure it forever.
Thank you, Clive. For this, the flowers, for everything. It's exactly what I needed. You found my treasure. We should probably be getting back. I expect the others are wondering where we are.
You're right. There's still much to do.
And we'll do it together.
Juntos hasta el final. Misión cumplida, chicos. Me ha gustado mucho el besito que se han dado. Como recompensa tenemos corona de margaritas, coleccionable para el camarote y beso de Shiva. Disminuye el tiempo de recarga de polvo de diamantes 7,5 segundos. ¡Qué barbaridad! Ya tiene un cooldown bastante bajo. Eso es una locura absoluta. O sea, tendríamos polvo de diamantes cada muy poquito. Uf, no sé si equiparlo, me lo pensaré. Juntos hasta el final, Jill. Jill se ha unido al grupo y formará parte de él hasta que partas a Origen. Pues ya tenemos a 3 personajes con nosotros, chicos. Tenemos a Joshua, a Jill y a Torgal. Eso nos facilitará bastante las cosas en los combates. Vamos con la siguiente misión secundaria. Volvemos a la guarida. Bueno, antes vamos a pasarnos por el rincón del mecenas, que creo que podemos hacernos con una recompensa. Y luego haremos la misión secundaria más cercana que tengamos. Da exactamente igual. Pero vamos a por esa recompensa del rincón del mecenas, que a veces vale la pena. Vamos a ver, ¿qué me das? ¿Qué me das? Sorpréndeme. Guantes de Genji. Esto puede ser bueno, ¿eh? Esto puede ser muy bueno. Vamos a echar un vistazo. Equipo. Voy a quitar el hálito de fuego. Y incrementan el daño infligido en un 5%. Uf, está muy bien. Está muy bien. Y ahora vamos a ver qué misión secundaria hacemos. Mismamente esta de aquí. Hablamos con Nazaire, el libertador.
Sid, I was wondering if you could help me.
It depends what with.
A bearer, but recently freed from his bonds, is keen to join the Curse Breakers. As you know, the work we do is not easy, which is why we test every volunteer's suitability. I was hoping you could oversee this one's evaluation.
I don't mind, but why this one?
Because he wants to be a scout. Our ranks are filled with men and women capable of breaking chains and putting slavers to the sword. But scouting, we're few with the nose for that, which is why we still rely so heavily on Gav. And since he accompanies you on so many of your missions, I thought you might be better placed to recognize the traits in him that we should look for in those who'd fill his boots.
Sounds reasonable.
So you're happy to oversee the boys' test, then?
One can never have too many scouts.
Truer words, Sid. I'll let the initiate know that you'll be attending his trial, and that he is to proceed directly to Northreach in readiness.
No time like the present, eh?
No time like the present. I'll await you there.
Misión aceptada, prueba de fuego. Tenemos que evaluar a un futuro espía. Me parece muy heavy esto ya. Pues nada, nos vamos a Northreach, que es donde hemos quedado, y conozcamos al aspirante a espía. A ver, lo tenemos aquí a la derecha. Vamos a hablar con ellos.
I'm nervous. Well met, Sid. This is the initiate. Ember, present yourself.
At your service, Master.
Please, just Sid. There are no masters here. Your life is your own.
Oh, of course. Thank you, Sid. The sergeant says you'll be evaluating me at my trial.
To become a scout, yes. You are aware of the dangers inherent in that role.
I am, but I swore I'd face them. Just like the man who saved my life.
Who would that be?
Gav. It was him who found me and freed me. No magic, no support, just one man and his nose. Came and sniffed me out. It taught me what one man can do if he puts his mind to it. And I've been training ever since, so that one day I can be someone's savior, just like Gav was mine.
I'm sure he'd be flattered. You clearly have good intentions, Ember. And it sounds like you're under no illusions. Stick to this path and you'll make a fine Cursebreaker.
So, what? Have I passed?
You haven't even started yet. Now listen. Not far from here is an Imperial lookout, Eastwatch. The guards there record all their sightings in a logbook. You are to find it and bring it here.
And bring it here, right. Anything else?
No. Sneaking into a heavily guarded Imperial outpost and stealing the logbook would be quite sufficient. You'll need to assess the situation, determine a point of entry, create a distraction and effect an escape, all without being discovered and thrown into an Imperial oubliette.
Ember, Gav isn't our best scout because he can do everything. It's essential that you know your limits.
Know my limits, right. I won't let you down.
It shouldn't be as dangerous as I made out. But keep a weather eye on him all the same, would you?
On my way.
Parece una misión sencilla. Tan solo tenemos que vigilar a Ember y ver que hace bien su trabajo. A ver si es así. Me da a mí que habrá problemas, como siempre. Pero bueno, descubramos qué es lo que va a suceder. No está muy lejos esa atalaya imperial. Atravesamos el muro. Y ahora simplemente seguimos el camino de la izquierda en cuanto podamos subir. Nos vamos por aquí. A veces me cuesta girar un poco con el chocobo, ¿eh? Subimos por este camino. Atravesamos este otro muro. Y hemos llegado. Vamos a ver qué está haciendo Ember.
Damn it. Ember, draw your sword!
I can't!
Then run! If you want him, you'll have to go through me.
Creo que Ember se ha dejado llevar un poquito por el pánico, ¿eh? No se atrevió a enfrentarse al dragón. En fin, nos encargamos nosotros de él. Facilito. Uf, el polvo de diamantes básicamente le ha quitado toda la barra, ¿eh? Increíble. Ya lo tenemos vulnerable. Siga fulgor. Le meteremos también el ala carmesí, la ráfaga telúrica. Y básicamente casi le vamos a matar. Este dragón no es que sea definitivamente muy poderoso. Igual debería de haber esperado a tener el nivel 5, pero en fin. Pues nada, chicos, este combate ya está más que hecho. Facilito. Y ahora, ¿qué decimos de Ember? Digamos que ha sido un poco cobarde.
Ember, are you?
Ember ha desaparecido.
Gone. Of course. Scouts really are a rare breed. Back to Northreach it is then.
Enseguida le daremos el informe a Nazaire, pero antes vamos a abrir este cofre que tenemos aquí en la torre. Muestra ubicación en el mapa, ahí la tenéis. Abrimos cofrecito, encontramos una pulsera de cernícalo. Y ahora sí, volvemos a Northreach. Podéis hacerlo a través del mapa si queréis, o podéis ir andando, como vosotros veáis. Yo prefiero ir andando, total, vamos a tardar casi lo mismo. De paso, podemos pensar cuál va a ser nuestro informe sobre Ember. Porque, ¿realmente lo ha hecho mal? Vale, ha sido un cobarde. Pero un buen espía no tendría por qué enfrentarse a nadie. Podría hacer su trabajo, recuperar cualquier archivo, obtener información sin tener que batallar con nadie. Entonces, puede ser algo complicado. No sabría qué decir. En fin, vamos a ver qué es lo que nos pregunta Nazaire sobre él. Hablemos con él.
I didn't expect you back so soon. Where is Ember? How did he fare?
I thought I'd find him with you. He must have fled. I followed him to Eastwatch, where I found him being set upon by a wild Avis. He was just standing there. Didn't even draw his sword. I had to step in and take care of things. But by the time I had, he was nowhere to be seen. I assumed he'd set off in your direction, but apparently not.
I'm sorry, Sid. I knew the boy had a nervous streak, but he seemed like...
The right man for the job? I believe this is the logbook you tasked me with retrieving.
Eh? How did you... Don't you tell me you breached the tower while Sid was busy saving your skin.
What? Wasn't that what you asked me to do? To bring the thing back without getting caught?
He has you there, Nazaire. And he did it all on his own.
But Sid, he
did what he thought was best. And now I have to decide whether I agree.
Of course. We'll await your evaluation back at the hideaway. Don't you leave my sight.
Yes, Sergeant.
Pues al final lo ha conseguido.
This won't be an easy
Ay,
decision.
sí que va a ser difícil tomar una decisión. Al final lo ha conseguido y ha robado el registro. Nos ha utilizado un poco como carnaza, mientras él se infiltró en la atalaya y robó el registro, pero claro, eso es lo que realmente hace un espía. Ha sido sigiloso, ha conseguido su meta. Yo creo que podría ser un buen espía. Vamos a hablar de nuevo con Nazaire.
Welcome back, Sid.
Welcome back, Sid.
Yes. Welcome back. Trip wasn't too much of a pain in the arse, I hope. Truth be told, it was me who suggested roping you in to help with the trial. But from what I hear, things didn't go quite as planned.
No, they most certainly did not.
Vale, no ha sido como esperábamos, pero yo creo que ha pasado.
Ember lost his nerve in the face of a beast of prey, but he didn't lose heart. He pressed on, and he achieved his aim. And is that not what we ask of our scouts?
Indeed it is. Thank you for your honest appraisal, Sid. The fact remains, however, that Ember will not always have a battle-hardened warrior on hand to pluck him from the jaws of peril. All I have gleaned from this trial is that without someone watching his back, Ember is little more than a liability.
Wait, Sergeant. Ember still has much to learn, it's true. And this time he was found wanting. But I'd say he's due a second chance, nonetheless. After all, he did do as you asked.
With a bit of hard work, any hand can be made to hold a blade, and any mind can conquer its fears. But a scout's nose is different. You've either got one, or you ain't. And by sniffing out that log, young Ember here has shown he has a conch and a half. Wouldn't do to waste it now, would it?
Fine. One more chance.
I'll do whatever you ask. I'll spend my days and nights in the pit if I have to. I'll show you. Just you wait.
Daft as a brush, that one. But his heart's in the right place. Just like someone else we know. And if you ask me, we've been leaning on him for far too long. That time the curse breakers took some of the weight off his shoulders, I reckon.
It couldn't hurt.
Just don't tell Gav I said so, will you? I won't have him thinking he's been hard done by. Next thing you know, he'll be asking for a day off. Chance would be a fine thing. Back to work.
Forgive me, Sid. This did not play out as I expected.
Things rarely do these days. But that's why we need men like Ember more than ever. Men who can make the best out of a bad situation. Remember that.
I will, Sid. Thank you.
Pues chicos, misión cumplida. Y Ember, sinceramente sí, necesita y se merece otra oportunidad. Yo creo que lo ha hecho bien. Hálito del rayo. Bueno, interesante. No creo que lo vaya a equipar nunca, pero no es mala recompensa. Vamos con la siguiente misión secundaria, hablando con Doris.
Sid, do you have a moment?
By all means.
It's my old master. Seems there's no escaping her. She found some way to send me a letter. And something else. Records from a Waluda prison. Seems they were keeping a lot of bearers there.
How did she come by such a thing?
Finding bearers always was her strong point. And it seems the cells of Balmung Dark are full of them. Foreign captives, the masterless. Bearers no one would miss. And even better for her, bearers with no one to look after them. When ether started lapping at the walls, the jailers fled.
Leaving the bearers to be liberated by whoever happened to come along next.
Sid, I'd like to believe that I've earned your trust by now. And while I'm well aware that you've forbidden Cursebreakers from traveling to Waloed, I can't let those bearers die in their cells. I'd rather risk shipwreck on the Shadow Coast than leave them to starve.
We'll be needing the Enterprise if we're going to navigate the Narrow.
Does that mean...
I'm making an exception, but we travel together. And we stay no longer than we have to. Ash is an inhospitable place at the best of times. We save as many as we can, and we leave.
Thank you, Sid. There was a name in the prison register. A name from my past. Chadwick. Another of my former master's protégés. A gifted soldier, and the closest thing I had to family. The thought of him held captive in that place.
He must be very important to you.
He was. Is.
Then we find him.
The entrance to the prison lies in the shadow of Ravenwit Walls, just beyond the portcullis. We should head there as quickly as we can. I only pray there are still bearers alive to save.
As do I, Doris.
Nueva misión, un mundo sin cadenas. Tenemos que ir a buscar a su amigo Chadwick. A una prisión que creo que además es un lugar nuevo que antes no podíamos acceder a él, pero en esta misión secundaria sí que podemos. Vamos a poner rumbo entonces aquí, a las murallas Corvaudaz. Aprovecharemos en esta misión para explorar también este lugar y obtener todos los cofres. Vamos a subir por las escaleras que tenemos justo detrás. Y Doris nos está esperando en la prisión Balmung. Sin duda alguna, sí, tiene bastantes probabilidades de que se encuentre con acásicos, porque está todo lleno de ellos. Pasamos de todos estos rivales, no hace falta enfrentarse a ellos. Por cierto, chicos, después de que hagamos todas las misiones secundarias, si no alcanzo al menos nivel 49, probablemente fuera de cámaras pues subiré a algún nivel. El máximo es nivel 50, así que bueno, si os falta experiencia, yo os recomendaría que llegaseis a nivel máximo si podéis. Pues por aquí tiene que estar Doris. Sí, ahí está, frente a la reja. Vamos a hablar con ella.
There were no guards, I take it.
None manning the gates, no. It's a different story inside, though. The corridors are crawling with Akashic. Most likely guards left behind when the wardens ran. If Chadwick was being held here, I worry that he may already be.
Don't give up hope just yet. But let's move quickly. Let me check the ground floor. The ether's thickest there.
Then I'll search the upper level. Good luck, Sid. Stay safe.
Vale, pues Doris se va a ocupar del piso superior y nosotros de este piso. Aquí hay mucho más éter y os recuerdo que los dominantes pues son resistentes. Echemos un vistacillo. Parece que hay algo por aquí, pero antes tendremos que hacernos cargo de estos acásicos. Vamos a aprovechar para ir subiendo de nivel el sable justiciero, porque nunca se sabe cuándo nos puede ser útil. Y acordaros de que se mantiene el nivel de una batalla a otra. Así que bueno, si conseguís nivel 5, pues así podréis aprovecharlo para algún tipo de cacería o misión secundaria que tenga algún enemigo poderoso. Mirad, nivel 4 ya. Vale, a ver, investiguemos. ¿Qué tenemos por aquí? Cédula real sobre la fundación de la prisión Balmung. Su Majestad Barnabas Tarn, monarca del reino de Waloed, autoriza la creación de esta institución para mantener cautivos a los portadores apresados en sus dominios. El objetivo de estas instalaciones es el entrenamiento de una bestia de Kuza que sirva en futuras campañas bélicas. El propósito et supra es confidencial y no debe ser revelado a ningún tercero bajo pena de muerte. Los portadores alojados en estas instalaciones servirán en exclusiva para el propósito ut supra. Cualquier otro uso de los mismos deberá ser aprobado con anterioridad por el alcaide. ¿Una bestia de Kuza? Suena peligroso.
So this place was no ordinary prison, and I doubt they'll have taken the creature with them when they fled.
Y si no se han molestado en llevarse la bestia, ¿eso significa que todavía estará por aquí? Eso no me gusta. Sigamos investigando. Parece que por aquí tenemos un cofrecito. Vamos a abrirlo, os muestro ubicación, ahí la tenéis. Encontramos materiales. Salimos de aquí. Quedaros con esta ubicación porque es la que nos lleva al piso superior. Luego volveremos. Por aquí tenemos más sacásicos. Vamos a derrotarlos. Aprovechamos para subir ya a nivel 5 el sable justiciero. En serio, hace muy poco daño cada espadazo con este sable. Es una locura. Es que no llegábamos casi ni a 100 de daño. Y con la espada que tenemos ahora mismo hacemos como 400, 500 de daño. Por aquí tenemos otro informe. A ver. Disposición de la bestia de Kuza en campañas bélicas. La bestia de Kuza es una especie muy agresiva cuyos primitivos instintos le imposibilitan distinguir entre enemigos y aliados. Las pasadas sesiones de entrenamiento con portadores y hombres de su majestad han dado resultados infructuosos. Por muchas señas, gritos y elementos visuales que nuestros soldados usaran para indicar que no eran objetivo a abatir, la criatura acabó devorándolos a todos. Ha quedado demostrado que su naturaleza combativa es inmutable, por lo que se recomienda su incorporación en algún batallón de portadores durante la campaña bélica, de tal forma que la bestia acabe con él y los enemigos sin sacrificar ninguna vida walodiense en el proceso. Vale.
Minimal loss of Waluda lives. And what happens when they run out of bearers? Even the Imperials take better care of their branded than that.
Se ve que a nadie le importan los portadores. Sigamos investigando. Nos queda una información más por descubrir, que la tenemos aquí, tirada en el suelo. Hábitos alimenticios de la bestia de Kuza. La escasez de bastimentos nos ha impedido alimentar a la bestia de Kuza como acostumbrábamos. Sin embargo, la criatura parece suplir esta carencia devorando a los portadores contra los que se enfrenta durante sus sesiones de entrenamiento. Lejos de volverse más agresiva, la bestia muestra signos de satisfacción con su nueva fuente de alimento, por lo que todos aquellos portadores incapacitados o reacios a luchar serán dispuestos a tal fin. ¿Le daban de comer portadores? Eso sí que me parece heavy.
They were feeding bearers to it. This is even worse than I'd feared.
O sea, pero ¿qué clase de sangre fría tenía esa gente?
Hopefully things are looking better upstairs. I should go and see how Doris is getting on.
Vale, tenemos que buscar a Doris, que estaba en el piso superior. Volvemos a la zona de antes, donde estaban las escaleras. Subimos y antes de ir a hablar con Doris a la izquierda, nos vamos a ir hacia la derecha. Vamos a eliminar a estos acásicos que tenemos por aquí. Combate rapidito. Perfecto. Y nos vamos a la puerta del fondo. La abrimos y por aquí tenemos un cofrecito. Ahí tenéis la ubicación. Y encontramos materiales. Damos media vuelta y nos dirigimos hacia donde se encuentra Doris. Más acásicos. Vamos a utilizar por aquí las llamas del renacer. No tengo ninguna gana de eternizarme. Rematamos. Perfecto. Y seguimos. Aquí está Doris. Vamos a hablar con ella.
No lock downstairs. But I did find out that this place was more than just a prison. Something far more sinister was happening here.
I know. I've been reading some of these documents and it can't be true, can it? Bearers die every day in service of their masters, but this is so much worse. Pitting bearers against a wild beast armed with nothing but their wits? And all in order to bring about more death. And not just those who could fight, but the elderly, children even. And those who wouldn't or couldn't were disposed of. Whatever that means.
I'm afraid it means they were fed to the monstrosity they kept here.
Then we're too late. And I was a fool to bring you here.
Don't say that. Did you find anything else?
A key. But it doesn't fit any of the locks on this floor.
Perhaps it will fit one of the doors downstairs. There's a corridor I haven't searched yet. Finish up here, then come and find me when you're ready.
All right. I'll be there in a moment.
Bueno, pues Doris nos ha dado una llave y esta llave nos va a permitir investigar la zona de la derecha del primer piso. Según entramos a esta prisión, la zona de la derecha era inaccesible porque había una puerta con llave, la cual ahora, lógicamente, ya podemos abrir. Volvemos entonces otra vez al primer piso y nos vamos hacia la derecha. Vamos a ver si encontramos algún superviviente. Estamos en la entrada y ahora abrimos esta puerta.
Let's see what we can find down here.
Debemos dirigirnos hasta el final del pasillo. No os preocupéis que no hay nada, no hay cofres, no hay absolutamente nada por aquí. Tenemos a una niña.
Who are you?
There's no need to be afraid. Are you alone? Are there any other survivors?
Some of the guards. They're still here. But something's wrong with them. Everyone else was eaten by the monster.
Of course there were.
Thank the Founder.
It was worth our coming. But I'd rather we didn't linger. Are you ready?
Ready when you are. You poor thing. You must have been terrified.
Did Chadwick send you?
What?
He fought the monster. Distracted it so I could run away. He must have sent you. He promised to free the others too. Where is he? He opened your cell, didn't he? He wouldn't be here otherwise.
Chadwick.
Was that?
Monster's back! Chadwick, help!
We have to get out of here.
Doris, keep the girl safe.
All right. You put that bearer-eating bastard in the ground.
¿Qué dices? ¿El monstruo ha vuelto? Es decir, que nos vamos a tener que enfrentar a la bestia de Kuza. ¡Guau! Mira eso. O sea, mira eso. Vamos a agarrar este brillo. Vale, materiales. Pensé que sería una poción o ultra poción. Y ahora vamos a por esa bestia. Nos dirigimos hacia la izquierda, como si fuéramos al inicio. Y deberíamos de encontrar una reja rota. A ver... Aquí está. Y ahora pues vamos a por esa bestia. Que por cierto es una escoria. Ahí la tenéis, bestia de Kuza clase A. Básicamente como un Bekimo. Pues a por ella. Vamos a utilizar el polvo de diamante. Catapum. Catapum. Nos alejamos. Llamitas del renacer. Esto le ha quitado ya media barra. Onda letal para que vaya haciendo efecto. Cuidado. Intentad siempre hacer esquivas perfectas con la cinta glacial para así congelarle. Es muy muy útil. Cometa. Uf, odio esto. Sobre todo por la onda expansiva. Oh, qué buena esa. ¿Veis a lo que me refería? Exactamente a eso que acaba de ocurrir. Es que además se queda congelado durante bastante tiempo. Vulnerable. Giga fulgor. Os recuerdo que también tenemos el nivel 5 del sable justiciero. Ráfaga telúrica. Invocamos el sable y... ahí va. ¡Guau! 26.000 he visto por ahí. El sable oscuro no hace mucho daño, pero el sable justiciero a nivel 5 es una barbaridad el daño que hace. Bueno, este tipo ya casi está muerto. La cámara me está haciendo aquí una faena. No estoy viendo nada. Pero bueno, tampoco es que me hiciera mucha falta. Mirad la vida que le queda. Qué pena no haber hecho ahí una esquiva perfecta. Se viene otro cometa. He saltado antes de tiempo. Mal timing. Ahora sí. Embestida. Tirito. Con cuidado. Ahora es mi oportunidad. Siga fulgor. Y está más que muerto. No ha sido difícil, chicos. 5.500 puntos de experiencia por una escoria de clase A me parece muy poco.
Finally.
Sid, are you hurt?
I'm fine. I think.
No.
What is it?
A diary. I gave it to Chadwick before we went our separate ways. He was here. Do you think that creature?
I'm sure he fought bravely to the last. The girl is safe thanks to him.
Chadwick. You fool.
Come on. We have to get her back to the hideaway. We don't want his sacrifice to have been in vain.
No. Of course not. I'll see that she's looked after from now on. It's the least I can do.
From what I hear, you've barely left the girl's side in days. I hope she's recovering from her ordeal.
She is. Slowly but surely. She's far tougher than she looks. I thank the flames we found her. If we hadn't...
I know. But we did. I'm sorry we weren't able to save Chadwick.
There's no need to apologize. Without your help, I would never have found out what happened to him. How he fought to the bitter end to save her. To save Haida Marie. That's the man I remember. The man I thought of as a brother.
I wish I could have met him. I'd like to hear more about your past. If you don't mind, that is.
Of course. You already met my former master. She trained Chadwick and I to do two things. Kill and obey. We were supposed to be sold to the highest bidder when the time came. But no bid was ever high enough to convince her to part with us. For years we were her daggers in the shadows. But we could never quite shake our doubts about the things she made us do. And then, one day, we just couldn't do them anymore. So we escaped. But staying together was out of the question. They would have found us too easily. After so many years of training, the pull to serve was always strong. It scared me to think he might have taken another master, become a dagger in someone else's hand.
But even in captivity, the battles he fought were his own. And he died not as someone's tool, but as a hero.
Haida Marie is proof of that. Bearers can cast off their shackles. And the Cursebreakers will show them how. I'll fight until my dying breath to see it done. For Chadwick, and for all of us.
Thank you, Doris. We'll be counting on you.
Pues misión cumplida. Pobre Chadwick, dio su vida por salvar a esa niña. ¿Subimos de nivel? Sí, subimos de nivel. Nivel 47. Y hemos obtenido hálito de la oscuridad. Para la Gunir. No me compensa. Nuevas misiones, pone ahí. Sigamos. ¿Qué misiones tenemos disponibles? Veo un par de ellas por allí. Pues venga, vamos. Vamos a ver qué tenemos. Y creo que en las cartas todavía nos queda otra misión por hacer también. Pero bueno, vamos a la más cercana. Por aquí tenemos a Gav. A ver qué quiere Gav.
You alright?
Something troubling you?
No more than usual. It's just... Eda's baby will be coming soon, and I wanted to make something for it.
I'm sure she'd like that.
Back in the north, families would always make gifts when a bairn was on the way. I'll let the little tykes know they were welcome in their new homes, like.
So, what's the problem?
Well, the problem is that Eda's due any day now. I don't know if I'll be ready in time.
Is there anything I can do to help?
You know, there just might be.
All right then. What exactly are we making?
A good luck charm. But not just any good luck charm.
Not just any.
No. One made from the feather of a silver chocobo. There's naught luckier in all the realm, or so we used to say back home anyway. Thing is, they're hard to come by. Had Otto and Karen check with their suppliers, but nothing. I'd try and track one down myself, only...
Only the big day is fast approaching. And that's all you need, a feather.
That or the bird whose horse it's attached to, aye. I was gonna start by asking around with traveling traders plying the northern borders.
Well, there's no shortage of those passing through Martha's. I think I might make that my first port of call. I'll let you know if I find anything.
You're a good friend, Clive. I won't forget this.
Misión aceptada, la leyenda emplumada. Gav quiere hacerle un amuleto de la suerte a Eda, que está a punto de tener a su hijo. Para ello quiere una pluma de un chocobo plateado. Y yo me pregunto, ¿no sería mucho más sencillo arrancarle una pluma a Ambrosía? Suena un poco cruel, pero a lo mejor no le importa. Bueno, en fin, encontraremos a otro chocobo. Para eso vamos a preguntar a los mercaderes de la fonda de Marta. Aquí tenemos al primero.
Excuse me. I'm looking for something.
Oh, well, then I'm your man.
A silver chocobo feather.
Oh, or maybe not. Though you're not the first to mention the bird around here. There was a man stopped by the rest not long ago, claiming he was attacked by a silver chocobo, near some gutted hovel not far from Eastpool. Most took him for a braggart and a liar, but who knows? Perhaps there was some truth to his tale.
We'll see. Thank you.
Nos habla de una choza abandonada cerca de Eastpool. Vale. Sigamos hablando con más mercaderes a ver si la información es similar. Aquí, un poco más adelante, tenemos al segundo.
Can I help you with something?
You wouldn't happen to sell silver chocobo feathers, would you?
I deal in fruit, not fancies. But if it's fancies you're after, I suggest you try Rhiannon's ride.
Was a silver chocobo seen there?
Oh, yes. If you believe the ravings of a madman.
It wouldn't be the first time.
Trocha de Rhiannon. ¿Eso no está cerca de Eastpool? Puede que la información al final sea veraz. Os vais por la izquierda, chicos, en dirección al ascensor. Y deberíais de encontrar al último mercader. Por aquí tiene que estar. Ahí lo tenemos. O la tenemos.
How do, traveller? You've the look of a man who could do with a new whetstone? Or perhaps a bawdy etching of the Vicerine?
Maybe another time. I'm looking for a silver chocobo feather.
If that's the case, rumours are all you're likely to find. No one has seen a silver chocobo for years. Word is they were all hunted for their feathers. Some northern nonsense about bringing good luck. Didn't bring them much, nor their bows. If any are still out there, I reckon they'll be doing their damnedest not to be discovered.
You're probably right. Thank you anyway. A silver chocobo sighted in the hills near Rhiannon's ride. It sounds almost too good to be true. But since I'm already here.
Pues sí, Clive, ya que estás aquí, no nos cuesta nada ir a echar un vistazo a la trocha de Rhiannon, cerca de Eastpool. Puede que encontremos a los chocobos plateados. A ver, esta última mercader tiene razón. Son unos chocobos bastante raros y seguramente tendrían un montón de cazadores detrás de ellos. Así que ahora se ocultan bastante bien. Son chocobos un tanto raros, entonces es normal, ¿no? No creo que sea tarea fácil encontrarlos. Pero bueno, vamos a echar un vistazo. Puede que tengamos suerte. Ya estamos cerquita, a unos 150 metros. Por cierto, aquí tenemos un cronolito. Quedaros con su ubicación porque muy pronto vendremos a ellos. A ver, se supone que es por aquí. Han hablado de una choza abandonada, que si no me equivoco está por este caminito de la izquierda. Ahí al fondo podemos verla.
More tracks. And these look fresh. The chocobo was here. And recently. Perhaps it still is.
Sin duda ha pasado un chocobo. Ahora sí, ¿será plateado? Entremos en la cabaña y echemos un vistazo. Esto de aquí es una pluma y es plateada.
Well, I'll be damned. It's all right. I'm not going to hurt you.
Just borrowing a feather for my friend. Thank you. Let's get this back together before they change their minds.
Parece que han estado de acuerdo con que nos quedemos la pluma. Madre mía, se parecen un montón a Ambrosía, ¿verdad? ¿Quién sabe? A lo mejor son sus hijos. A fin de cuentas, Clive llevaba muchísimos años sin ver a Ambrosía, pensaba que estaba muerta. Así que vete tú a saber lo que hizo durante todos estos años. Estamos de vuelta en la guarida, vamos a entregarle la pluma a Gaff y que así pueda crear ese amuleto para Eda.
It was no trouble at all.
Clive, you're back. How'd you get on? Any luck?
Any luck, you say?
Crystals crack. Is this what I think it is? Where in the hell did you find it?
It's a long story.
Right there on the road to Eastpool. Who'd have thought it?
Everything up there's been abandoned for years. The empty cabin made for the perfect shelter. Though I fear my presence may have forced the poor creatures to look elsewhere.
Don't blame yourself, Clive. The Blight's right on Eastpool's doorstep. They'd have had to move on before long, even if you hadn't have turned up. They'll find a new home. Trust me. After all, that's what us endangered animals do. Anyway, what matters is, you managed to nick us one of their quills before they could run off. And now all that's left is to fix it to the carving.
I didn't know you could carve.
Reckon there's a lot you don't know about me. Like the fact I'm as good with a whittling knife as I am with a sword. And that bone Ember gave me's a dream to work with. What did you say it was from again? An Avis?
But it weren't your Avis, Sid. I slew one of my own at last.
So all those long nights in the pit finally bore fruit. I'm proud of you, Ember.
Don't speak too soon. I ain't done my trial yet.
There we go. What do you think?
I think if you ever hang up your scouting cap, you'll be able to make an honest living.
Oh, will I? I should go and see if Ed is awake.
Give it my best.
You can give it to yourself. Come on.
Hay que ver qué mal hablado es este Gaff. Dice, manda huevos. Ve y dáselo tú. Vale, vale. Ya vamos. ¿Cómo se pone? Pues nada, chicos. Ponemos rumbo a la enfermería, que es donde se encuentra Eda, que está a puntito de dar a luz. Y vamos a regalarle el amuleto que le ha creado Gaff. Se encuentra en la sala de la derecha. Ahí está.
Ah, my lords.
How are you feeling?
Well, thank you. Is something wrong?
Wrong? No, nothing like that. What it is...
Go on, please. It's beautiful. Did you make it?
We did. Aye. It's from all of us here at the Hideaway. Your new family, like. It's a good luck charm. We may come up north when a band's on the way. I mean a baby. To let him know that they're part of the family too. Oh, I hope you like it.
I don't know what to say. I thank you, my lords, for everything.
If there's anything you need, just let us know.
I will.
Clive, fancy a swift off? I'm thirsty.
I could be convinced.
Don't you think you've had enough?
No, we're celebrating. I'm gonna be a father.
I think Edda might have something to say about that.
Ah, you know what I mean. Bit of light in these dark times. Wasn't long after me 10th name day. My mum told us she was with child again. I was over the fucking moon. I was looking forward to having a little one to lord it over. What with me being the runt of the litter. Thought I'd finally have a chance to prove to the world that I could be a big brother. Imperials came the day she went into labour. Had myself a baby sister. And then I didn't. Me whole family gone in a blink, while I hid in the cellar like the spineless little arsehole I was. Great brother I turned out to be. I'll never be a leader. And I'll never be a hero. I'm just a daft little dog who comes running when his master calls. I'll never be like you, or Sid, or Jill, or even Torgal.
Have you finished?
Maybe.
Do you know why you're our best scout?
Yeah.
Because you don't need anyone to hold your hand. Without your resourcefulness, your courage, your determination, I don't know where we'd be. Maybe hanging off a cliff like,
That was only the once.
Exactly. You learn from it. And here you are after Founder knows how many missions, stronger for everyone. And let's not forget Rosalith. Who was it who freed me from the dungeon? Who was it who ran to Jill's rescue?
That would be me.
Because you're our brother, Gav. My brother.
Your brother.
Which means that when the time comes,
I get your room. And your sword. I may have had one too many.
you may have had 10 too many.
I said I was thirsty. Better get back to work anyway, after I walk this off. Clive?
What is it?
Thanks for, you know.
I know.
Misión cumplida. Estos dos se han hecho brothers. 5600 de experiencia y hidromiel norteña. Otro coleccionable para el camarote. Pues otra misión completada, chicos. Vamos a por la siguiente. Aquí un poquito más a la derecha de donde estaba Gav. Tenemos que hablar con Byron, nuestro tío Byron.
Clive, my boy! Rutherford informs me that we owe you our thanks. Hadn't intended for you to get involved, but such are the times we live in, huh?
I would have done the same for anyone else.
You're far too modest, Clive. You'd make a terrible nobleman. But tell me, is the realm truly in as dire a state as Rutherford suggests?
From what little I saw, you were right to be worried.
I suppose I should have expected the worst. But I was rather hoping the great and good of the realm might have things a little more under control. Alas, it seems that firm leadership is in short supply these days, and without it, the people are bound to lose their way. We must move quickly.
But where do we start?
True, the challenges that face us are many. But in my estimation, there are two key areas to be addressed before any other. The realm's armies and her larders. As you've seen firsthand, it's every man and woman for themselves out there. Certain cities have banded together to try and maintain some semblance of order, yes? But such cases are few and far between. And yet, the only remedy for the chaos that faces us is unity. A unity that transcends even the borders laid down by our ancestors. In short, if Storm does not stand together, she will fall apart.
But how would one even begin to unite the realm?
The armies, my boy. As I told you already, we begin by restoring order among the ranks of those sworn to maintain it. Sadly, I doubt I could convince even the lowliest gaggle of privates to dig a latrine together. But I do know someone the High Commanders have been known to listen to on occasion. Field Marshal Eugen Havel.
I thought he was retired.
He was, until an Akashic army tore through Randalar and killed most of the rank and file. There is no man alive more capable. Literally. And as luck would have it, I've already spoken with him on the matter.
Of course you have.
And he's agreed to help. On one condition. That he first speaks with you personally. Havel has always been a man of frustratingly rigid principle, and he has certain qualms about clasping arms with, well, with an outlaw. I extolled your many virtues as best I could, of course, but the old goat was adamant that he be allowed to appraise you in person. You don't mind, do you, my boy?
Of course not. As long as chaos reigns, we will never build a better world. I'll do whatever it takes. And if the Field Marshal wishes to speak with me in person, then so be it.
That's the spirit.
I'll leave for Randalar at once. Would you send a Stolas?
Of course. Rutherford is already in the Dalmekian capital. I'll have him tell Havel to expect you forthwith.
Excellent. Thank you, Uncle.
No. Thank you, Clive.
Misión aceptada, 3 son multitud. No sé de qué 3 habla. Byron, el mariscal y... ¿quién es el tercero? Hay que reunirnos con el mariscal Havel. Y para eso debemos dirigirnos aquí, al mercado Boclar. Vamos a salir por la entrada principal. Justo detrás nuestro. No sé por qué no nos deja llamar al chocobo aquí dentro de la ciudad. Total, hay chocobos, ¿no? Tampoco veo que sea nada del otro mundo. Vale, ahora ya podemos llamar a Ambrosía. Vamos a llamarla aquí. Y rápidamente nos dirigimos al punto objetivo, que es donde está el puente, si no me equivoco. ¿Por qué el chocobo de Jill corre más? Dejadme en paz, Nax. No tengo ninguna gana de luchar. Sí, efectivamente, en el puente. Bueno, nos obligan a bajar de ambrosía aquí. Me parece que hay problemas.
Turncoats and cowards, the lot of you! If it's a fight you want, it's a fight you shall have!
Allow me.
I don't need your...
Please, Field Marshal, oblige him.
This won't take long.
You're right. It won't. Men, finish him.
Ay, 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 soldaduchos que nunca aprenden. Pues nada, llamas del renacer. Y los pobrecitos van a durar más bien poco. De hecho, podríamos hacer hasta un polvo de diamantes también. Míralos, y todavía siguen vivos. Por poco tiempo. ¿Quién me queda por ahí? Ven, soldadito, ven, ven, ven. Ya está. Enemigos derrotados. Buf, he sudado y todo.
A little longer than I'd have liked. Field Marshal Havel, I presume. Are either of you injured?
No, my lord. You arrived just as our escort turned on us.
Fucking traitors. I'd heard reports of soldiers in the outlying regions abandoning the oaths they swore. But I hadn't thought the corruption had reached so close to the heart of the Republic. It's a fucking disgrace. Your interfering old bastard of an uncle tried to warn me, of course. My lord Marquis. Or is Sid the Outlaw more to your liking?
Call me what you want. It doesn't change who I am, or the urgency of the message I bring. My uncle has a plan to right the realm, and he needs your help to see it through.
Before I agree to anything, I'd have you answer one question. What do you stand to gain from all this?
I won't deny that I might benefit from further chaos. But I seek a new beginning for all of us. And while the choices I've made may not always have been the right ones, I know I made them for the right reasons. For so long, so many of us have been told how we could live, how we could die, when it should have been our decision all along. Now we have a chance to put things right. But in order to take it, we must stand together. Even if it be beside those with whom we don't see eye to eye.
Certainly not the words I expected from an outlaw. But perhaps your uncle was right. You are no ordinary outlaw. I'll never hear the end of this. All right. I'll start by ordering my most trusted guard to bring the Dhalmekian fringes under control. Next, I'll make contact with my counterparts in the Imperial Army and see if I can't convince them to try and restore order in their own territory.
Thank you, Field Marshal.
But they are not the only ones we will need to convince.
What do you mean?
I don't doubt that I can bully some sense into a few generals. But those they answer to require a different kind of persuasion. And when it comes to honeyed words, well, we will need an envoy. One who can court even the most stubborn of statesmen. You, perhaps?
I'm flattered. But I'm no diplomat either. And I have other problems to attend to. What we need is a skilled arbitrator. And I may know just the person.
Is that so? And would he happen to be an outlaw too?
Of a different kind, perhaps.
Well, beggars can't be choosers. I suppose we'll all have to find a little of the outlaw in ourselves if we're to make it through this. Very well. Send your man to me right away.
I shall.
My Lord Marquis. Your Lord Uncle bade me escort the Field Marshal to his manor in Port Isolde.
And I will see that my associate joins you there.
Very good, my lord.
An envoy. I'm not sure I'm the man to talk anyone round. I can barely convince my brother to take his medicine. No. This is a job for someone with experience. Someone like Quentin. I hope I can convince him at least.
Muy bien pensado, Clive. Un emisario. Alguien que tenga carisma, diplomacia... Claramente es Quentin. Es la definición de Quentin. Nos vamos a los Wing. Bueno, de hecho, vamos a volver a abrir el mapa, porque creo que desde las colinas de Orabel llegamos primero a donde se encuentra Quentin. Vamos a ahorrar un poquito de trayecto. Quentin, como ya sabéis, ahora se encuentra en los viñedos, porque, bueno, los Wing está repletita de éter. Y si estuvieran allí, se convertirían todos en acásicos. Pues nada, vamos a hablar con él. Sinceramente, ahora que lo pienso, no sé si Quentin estaría de acuerdo con ser el emisario. Eso significaría tener que dejar los Wing de vez en cuando. Y claro, se preocupa mucho por los portadores que tiene aquí. Bueno, vamos a hablar con él y a ver qué nos dice.
Quentin, I have a proposal for you.
Do you now? Something tells me you'll be asking more of me than a cask of Gotand gold. Go on then. Propose. You'd have me convince the chiefs and chamberlains of the realm that they should simply swallow their pride and do the one thing that has proved impossible for thousands of years. Was there anything else? Perhaps I can fetch you a meat pie as well.
I know it's a lot to ask, but I can think of none better suited to the role.
And you'd have me give up what little I have left to do it. I told you, Clive. The people of Lostwing are my family, and I cannot abandon them. You'll have to find someone else.
I'm sorry to hear that.
So am I.
And why might that be?
What he's asking. How's it any different to what you've done so far? They want you to speak for those who can't speak for themselves. That's what you do best. If it's the vineyard you're worried about, we'll see that the grapes are picked and the tons filled. You know we will.
It's not that.
Then what is it? You said yourself we're family. Don't you trust us?
You know that's not what I'm...
Then what are you saying? That only we are worth saving? Why turn your back on everyone else? You convinced us we could build new lives for ourselves, and if you can do that, who's to say you couldn't convince the entire realm?
A stirring argument. I fear that any rejoinder I make might fall somewhat flat by comparison.
So you'll join us?
Where do you need me?
Field Marshal Havel will want to speak with you in person. He's currently in Port Isolde. I can arrange for a party of Cursebreakers to accompany you there.
That would be very much appreciated. I hear the roads are far from safe these days.
Hopefully not for long. My uncle will want to know that his plan is taking shape.
Pues al final lo hemos conseguido, se ha convencido, pero bueno, no ha sido gracias a nosotros exactamente, sino más bien a ese portador que ha tenido muy buenos argumentos. De vuelta entonces a la guarida y vamos a informar al tío Byron.
Uncle, I bring good news. The Field Marshal has agreed to your plan.
Ha! Of course he has. I didn't doubt you for a moment, dear boy.
Rutherford is accompanying him back to your manor in Porterzolder as we speak. They will await your return there. As will one other.
One other? Who, exactly?
Lord Havel was concerned that even if he could get the realm's armies to agree to an accord, he might not be as successful in convincing those with political power. He asked if I might have a solution, and I suggested a certain Imperial Lord Magistrate turned Liberator.
One of your co-conspirators?
Master Quinton would probably call me one of his, but yes.
Another outlaw, then. Just the thing we need to put these rotten politicos in their places. Good thinking, Clive.
I'm glad you approve.
The more the merrier, eh?
Uncle, assuming Havel and Quinton can solve our problem with the armies, you still haven't mentioned how we might manage the grain shortages.
Oh, don't you worry, my boy. The 7 high houses will be seeing to that. They have all agreed to make the most generous of donations. Oh, of course, it did take a little persuasion, but luckily I had some unexpected help.
From who?
Why, you, my boy. Rumor has it that you rescued the Lady Ariane's head steward Rockford from a horde of bloodthirsty bandits.
It was more of a handful.
Well, the old battle axe was so pleased. She had a shipload of talents delivered to my private docks by the next new moon. And when the other houses saw the parsimonious old crone's purse strings finally loosen, they as good as tripped over themselves in the rush to follow suit.
I'm happy to hear it.
Now, I must be getting back to the manor. Join us there at your earliest convenience, would you?
Of course, Uncle.
And how, pray tell, will we get that grain to the capital if the roads are still overrun with Akashic?
You find another bloody road. I only have so many men, and I'm not about to send them headlong into an ether flood. That is, unless you'd have them turn as well.
Well, I'd certainly eat less.
Says the man with a belly bigger than a band of curls. My soldiers actually need their rations. Without any food to keep them going, they'll be dead even before you've sent them on your fool's errand.
If I may, gentlemen, perhaps I might suggest an alternative approach. Though supply routes are indeed disrupted, there is no shortage of ships. Indeed, they bob away in every bay from here to Randalar, awaiting a safe haven. Allow them to make port and fill their bellies full of grain. And once those who crowd the cities are fed, ferry the displaced back to the countryside to work the fallow fields. But I'm sure that you wish to continue your discussion. Forgive the interruption. 2 such firm friends as yourselves need no help from the likes of me. Rutherford spoke fondly of the great bond between you.
Us? Friends?
I can't stand the man!
Clive, I'm beginning to question the quality of the company you keep.
And what kind of company were you expecting him to keep? The man's a criminal!
Criminal? How dare you? You are not fit to breathe the same air as this fine, upstanding young gentleman.
Upstanding? He calls himself Sid the Bloody Outlaw!
Once more unto the breach.
Shall we begin again? What we seek here is not to create a new nation, nor to claim the thrones of those that already exist. We wish simply to bring stability to the realm that mankind might weather the current storm. And to do that, we must convince those in power, the generals, the statesmen, the nobles, that our cause is just. There will be disagreements, yes. And I imagine some resistance, much resistance. But we cannot let that deter us. If we show them the path, show them that we walk it ourselves, then I am confident they will follow. The fate of the world lies in my nephew's hands, but the well-being of her people lies in ours. And we must not squander the chance that Clive has given us.
Uncle Byron,
Now, with that settled, let's move on to the signing of the Accord. For what great moment in history hasn't been accompanied by a little ceremony? Citizens of Valisthea, I present to you the Triunity. Rutherford, Mike Will. Well, my boy, the stage is set.
That it is.
This is the role you were born for. Now I ask only that you trust in the talents of your supporting cast. We shall play our parts to the best of our abilities, that you might have the opportunity to shine. The realm needs its Sir Crandall. And there is no better Crandall than you, Clive. I want you to keep this signed accord as proof of our faith in you.
I will. Thank you, Uncle.
La triunión arreglará el mundo, estoy seguro. Pues misión completada, 9600 puntos de experiencia, pacto de la triunión y hálito de la oscuridad. Vale. Pues otra misión completada. No sé por qué aparecemos en el embarcadero. Hay que volver a subir otra vez. Y no sé qué misiones nos quedan todavía. Vamos a echar un vistazo. Creo que hay un par de misiones cerca del taller de Mid, si no me equivoco. Y creo que también teníamos otra en las cartas. Y hay algunas misiones también fuera de la guarida. Buah, es que hay un montón de misiones secundarias. Es una locura. Ya os digo que este capítulo va a ser muy largo. Vamos a hacer la misión de la carta. Y de paso leeremos las cartas que tenemos acumuladas de las misiones que ya hemos hecho. Vamos a leer el mejor regalo. Parece que fue hace una eternidad. Aquella tarde en la colina de Man fue nuestra primera aventura, pero por aquel entonces ya sospeché que no sería la última. Nunca olvidaré aquel día, y no te imaginas lo feliz que me hace saber que tú tampoco. Desde que nos conocimos, has sido alguien muy importante para mí. La luz que me ilumina en las tinieblas, la estrella que me guía en la noche. Gracias por todo, Clive. El mejor regalo eres tú, Jill. ¡Oh, qué bonito! Vamos con una bienvenida a la altura. A Eda parece haberle gustado el amuleto que le dimos. Por lo visto, dice que la criatura se pone a dar unas coces de cuidado cuando se lo coloca sobre el vientre. Me da a mí que el pequeño libertador nos va a salir guerrero. Qué ganas tengo de enseñarle todo lo que sé, pero bueno, todo a su debido tiempo. Antes habrá que celebrar el nacimiento como se merece, digo yo. Esta vez vas a ser tú quien caiga redondo a la cuarta jarra. Gaff. Sí, vaya borrachera que se pilló. Y ahora la misión. Ando buscando algo. Si bien me pesa apartarte de tus quehaceres para rogarte ayuda con un asunto personal, no encuentro alternativa posible. Verás, hace poco conseguí una copia del libro que me inspiró a ser quien soy hoy, en cuyas páginas se encierra una valiosa lección para la humanidad del hoy y el mañana. El manuscrito se llama Desde la distancia, pero lamento comunicarte que ya no obra en mi poder. Alguien me lo sustrajo en algún momento de distracción. Si tuvieras a bien ayudarme a encontrarlo, te estaría eternamente agradecida y recibirías justa recompensa. Vivian.
Something tells me this is no mere adventure story.
Misión aceptada, las caras de la verdad. Y no, sin duda no tiene pinta de que sea un libro de aventuras. Ese libro sin duda esconde algún secreto. Para que le interese tanto a Vivian, que es una erudita de los libros, Creo yo que algo importante tiene que tener en sus páginas. Vamos entonces a hablar con Vivian y, bueno, descubrir dónde podemos encontrar otra copia de ese libro o el mismo que le han sustraído. Cuéntame, Vivian. Cuéntame que tenía ese libro.
Vivian, I read your note, and I'd be happy to help you find the book you're looking for.
Thank you, Clive. But tracking it down will not be easy. Are you sure?
Please. You have always granted me your wisdom and insight whenever I asked. It's only right that I return the favor. Or at least attempt to.
You are too kind. Alas, what I ask of you is rather more trying than delivering the odd lecture. I spoke with Hippocrates to see if he had any inkling as to where another copy might be found, but perhaps it is best that you hear the details from him.
If you say so.
Forgive me, Clive, for asking this of you. But this book, it set me on the path to becoming who I am today. Its importance cannot be overstated.
Sin duda alguna, ese manuscrito es muy importante para ella. ¿Y dónde podremos conseguir una copia? Seguramente Harpócrates, nuestro gran erudito de la guarida, sepa dónde encontrarla. Vamos a preguntarle. ¿Qué es lo que no sabe Harpócrates? Tiene el conocimiento absoluto del mundo. Nos vamos aquí a la biblioteca. Y hablamos con él. Ilumíname, Harpócrates. Dame conocimiento.
Ah, Clive, my boy. What a pleasure it is to see you.
Hippocrates. There's something I need to ask you. I've been charged with locating a book called From a Distance.
Then you seek a rare gem indeed. One whose name I had not thought to hear from your lips. You've been talking to Vivian.
Right as always. But she didn't seem keen to tell me very much. I take it she didn't like what you had to say.
And yet I gather it did naught to dissuade her. Clive, if the young professor has tasked you with obtaining a copy, I fear she asks the impossible. The executors would not allow it.
The executors?
Coveters of Secrets. A clandestine organization committed to the collection and intenebration of forbidden texts and technologies. One such text being the tome Vivian seeks, chronicling as it does the true history of the enslavement of bearers. A tale which could overturn the established order were it ever to become widely known. Or, so rumor has it. I've never actually read the thing, or even set eyes on it for that matter.
How is it that I haven't heard of this organization?
Why, secrecy is the executor's watchword. They lurk in the shadows, emerging only to seize that which must be seized, be it books, inventions, or people, before disappearing again, leaving nary a trace.
Which would explain why Vivian's copy was snatched from her grasp not long after she found it.
By the hand of the executors, yes.
But what drives them? Self-interest or ideology?
Fine question. Sadly, all that is known of the executors can be recounted in a single breath. You may just as soon ask me of their origins, numbers, or the identities of their leaders. Any answer I give would be pure speculation.
Then my hunt was doomed from the first. What was Vivian expecting? That I'd pluck it from thin air?
Not from thin air, no. From ash. Rumors of the executors are rife among the scholars of Storm, but rather less so across the strait. I have a friend. Well, I had a friend in the village of Garnick, a collector of rare tomes, upon which subject we would oft correspond. Alas, I have heard naught from him since the skies fell dark. And no doubt he too has turned. But though he did not mention it by name, it is possible that a surviving copy of From a Distance yet rests upon one of his many shelves, quietly awaiting discovery.
If you were, by some chance, able to save even a single book from the poor man's library, I know his soul would rest easier.
Very well. When I next find myself in Waloed, I'll be sure to pay Garnick a visit.
Aldea Garnick. Ahí es donde podremos encontrar una copia del manuscrito. Pues venga, vamos para allá. Además es una aldea que no hemos visitado nunca. Creo que antes no sé si era accesible. Nos vamos a Vidar Graes, en Waloed. Y ponemos rumbo a la aldea. Por cierto, mucho cuidado porque si os fijáis a la derecha tenemos a una escoria. Por el momento vamos a intentar evitarla porque no me gusta mezclar unas cosas con otras, ya sabéis. Quiero hacer la misión sin tener que enfrentar a una escoria de por medio. Que se trata del rey Begimo, es una escoria de clase S, así que no penséis que es fácil de vencer. Nos enfrentaremos a él, no os preocupéis. Pero primero quiero hacer todas las misiones secundarias y luego ya nos enfrentaremos a todas las escorias que quedan. Bueno, ahí tenemos la aldea. Creo que, como os decía, antes no era accesible, pero ahora sí que la tenemos abierta. Y por cierto, aquí vamos a tener a otra escoria una vez que completemos esta misión. Vamos a echar un vistacillo por la aldea, que creo que tenemos algún que otro cofre. A ver, aquí donde está el punto objetivo, antes de entrar en la casa, a vuestra izquierda, tenemos el primer cofre. Muestro ubicación, ahí la tenéis. Nada, una ultra poción y materiales. Y ahora entramos en la casa. Aquí a nuestra izquierda tenemos el otro cofre. Que contiene, vamos a ver, más materiales. Ahora vamos a encontrar ese manuscrito que está aquí, en este armario. Capítulo 16. Desde la distancia, auge y caída de los portadores. Los primeros hombres que gozaron del don de la magia, regalo de dioses, fueron considerados vicarios en la tierra del poder de los crelos y se los conocía como portadores de la bendición celestial. Se los admiró cuales deidades, cristales hechos carne. Con el tiempo este respeto se trocó en veneración y una nueva religión surgió en torno a estas figuras. Los regentes de las diferentes naciones de la época, temerosos de la imparable influencia que la fe había ganado en sus dominios, comenzaron a perseguir a sus líderes y adeptos prohibiendo sus reuniones, expropiando sus bienes y deponiéndolos de los cargos públicos que ostentaban. La organización religiosa respondió con un ejército de voluntarios que se opusieron a la represión, desencadenando una respuesta violenta por parte de los gobernantes que desembocó en una guerra conocida como el Diluvio de Sangre, que consumió las regiones gemelas durante una generación entera, dividiendo y diezmando a su población. El poder de los estados acabó imponiéndose, y tras acabar con cualquier reducto de resistencia, firmaron el Pacto Continental por el cual se instauraba el sistema de esclavitud que pervive en Balistea a día de hoy. La conocida expresión «los portadores no son humanos» hunde sus raíces en los duros años de aquel conflicto que marcó el destino de estas gentes. O sea que los portadores al principio eran básicamente como dioses y luego terminaron siendo como esclavos. Me parece sorprendente cuanto menos. Salgamos de aquí.
Leaving so soon, stranger. We've been watching you. From a distance, so to speak.
Subtle. I know who you are.
Then we need not waste time on introductions. Hand me the book. Leave it in our care and return to your life.
Your care? Do you mean to burn it, or bury it?
That is not my decision to make. But by one means or another, its contents shall be removed from the common record.
Then I'll have to politely refuse. I won't let you erase our history.
Then we find ourselves at an impasse. Very well. The book can just as easily be pried from your dead hand.
Let's see, shall we?
Menudo cobarde, ¿no? Seguro que este es un mercenario al que ha contratado para aniquilarnos. Pero no lo va a tener muy fácil. Este inquisidor no parece realmente muy difícil. Tiene movimientos bastante lentos. Vamos a congelarle con el polvo de diamantes. Y se queda vulnerable. Bomba letal. Vamos a meter el tirafulgor. Y todavía nos queda la ráfaga telúrica y el ala carmesí. Nah, facilito. Ya le queda poca vida. Venga, ven aquí. Vamos, atácame, atácame. Quería hacer una esquiva perfecta para dejarle congelado, pero no hay manera. Vaya. Pues nada, chicos, me has cabreado. Muertísimo. Ahí está. Enemigos derrotados. A ver qué tiene que decir el cobarde ese de la organización.
Impressive. But we have other means. We shall claim the book yet.
Why do you want it so badly anyway?
It lays out in no uncertain terms the vanity and avarice of mankind. It tells the shameful history of the persecution and oppression of a gifted few by a giftless many. Would you say that this interpretation was correct?
I don't know.
You don't know. Your sword may be sharp, but your wits are dull. So let me answer for you. There is no correct interpretation of history. That a series of events took place may be proved beyond a doubt. But there can be no single, immutable explanation as to why they came to pass. It is a question of numbers and of belief. If enough people believe that a set of events occurred for a reason, that belief becomes the truth.
So you're trying to control the truth?
We are trying to protect people from themselves, from knowledge that would bring them naught but pain. That is all. You may keep the book, for now. The world is small. We shall meet again. Until then.
Wait. Damn it. Let's get this back to Vivian. Perhaps she can explain what that was all about.
Seguro que Vivian podrá explicarnos todo esto y estar al tanto de estos tipos de la organización y demás. Venga, de vuelta a la guarida y hablamos con ella. Según este tipo, no hay una sola explicación para lo que hemos leído, pero no sé, yo lo veo bastante claro, ¿no? Yo lo he entendido bien. No sé qué otro tipo de explicación podrías darle. Pero en fin, a ver qué nos dice Vivian en todo esto.
Vivian. I found it. The book you lost.
You found it. Thank you, Clive. Even though I asked this of you, I was not entirely sure it would be possible. I feared the executors had seized every copy.
I met with one of these executors, and I convinced him to let me keep it. He told me something. That the truth is just a matter of collective belief. And that if enough people believe a lie, that lie becomes the truth.
It does. But it also means that the truth is not immutable, that it can be changed, provided that those who wish to change it can convince enough people that their perspective is the correct one. As the sad history of the bearers proves.
You said that the book inspired you to become a scholar.
It did. Or its author, rather. She was a heretic, you see. A firebrand and a dissenter. A gallows stood ready for her in every corner of the realm. And by shunning society, or perhaps being shunned by it, she stumbled upon a truth so potent that an entire realm trembled at the prospect of its utterance. I, too, have always felt somehow set apart from the world of men. A stranger to my own species. She taught me that my solitude was not a curse, but a gift. And that, though my journey to the truth might be a lonely one, what I found at my destination would be more than worth the cost.
Do you still feel that way? That you're not one of us?
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure anymore. Since coming to the hideaway, I find my thinking somewhat clouded. Perhaps the result of studying mankind from a rather closer perspective than I had intended. But the more I study, the more I find value in this perspective. In looking not from the outside, but from within. So if you'll permit me, I'd like to continue my work here. Remember, Clive, when enough people believe, belief begets truth. Give the men and women of this benighted world the gift of truth. Make them believe in you, as I do.
I'll try, Vivian. I'll try.
Pues misión cumplida. Ha estado muy bien enterarse de esa historia de los portadores. Me ha llamado mucho la atención. Como recompensa, pues otro coleccionable más. Hay un trofeo por conseguir todos los coleccionables del camarote. Tranquilos que lo haremos, chicos. Vamos con la siguiente misión secundaria. Nos dirigimos hacia el taller de Mid. Y vamos a hablar con los niños que habían desmontado la balanza. No sé si lo recordáis.
What do you think happened to Miss Midadol? I heard...
Sid, you have to help us.
With what? You didn't take apart another of Mid's contraptions, did you?
No. Well, yes. But that's not what we want to talk to you about.
It's Miss Midadol. She's been acting strange. Very strange. She's barely ever around.
When she is, she acts like we aren't even there. Her head's in a crowd.
In the clouds.
That's what I said. In the clouds.
Well, she does have a lot on her mind. When did you last see her?
Not long ago. Right after she got back from saving you from Stoneir.
Then it's probably just about the Enterprise. It did take quite a battering on the way there and back.
You didn't break it, did you, Sid? You really should be more careful around Miss Midadol's inventions. Don't listen to her. Even if you did break the Enterprise, you could put it back together, couldn't you?
But who's gonna put Miss Midadol back together? She seems really sad.
Why don't I go and see if I can cheer her up?
You do that? For us? She's in her dungeon.
Don't scare him. It's not a real dungeon.
Thanks for the warning.
Misión aceptada, un legado de Altura. Parece que, según Jocelyn y sus compañeros, Mid está como triste. No sé por qué, pero yo creo que están equivocados. Seguramente esté concentrada en algún nuevo invento o algo así. Vamos a hablar con ella y descubrámoslo.
Mid, if you have a...
That's it! I knew it! The answer was right here under my arse all along! If this doesn't steer to the skies, nothing will!
To the skies? You aren't trying to give the Enterprise wings, are you?
What else would I be doing?
The children seem to think you're avoiding them. They're worried about you. Is this really so important that you need to shut yourself away from everyone?
The Enterprise is already the fastest ship in the realm, and that's with the sea beneath her. But what if she weren't bound to the waves? What if she weren't bound to anything at all? It's not fair. The gods get the skies all to themselves, so I'm gonna do something about it. The Fallen had their chance, but they relied too much on magic. And see where that got them? But not me. I've discovered how to do it without. Well, almost. First, I need to make a prototype.
And is that a one-woman job?
Are you volunteering? I'll have you know the Enterprise is my baby. But if her godfather's offering to lend a hand, I'd be happy to take it. First, I'll need oil, and not just some old drippings from Miss Molly's spits in the Tub and Crown. Refined stuff, like they make in Ordil. Then I'll need some bone, or shell. Light, strong, preferably no longer attached to the beast it belongs to.
If it's beast bones you're after, I'm sure the curse breakers will know where you might find some.
No, they'll know where you might find some. You're the one who offered to help, remember?
I should speak with one of the curse breakers before I set off for Old Hill. See if I can't find this bone while I'm there as well.
Mid quiere hacer volar el Enterprise, un barco volador. ¡Qué guay! Y necesitamos ahora hablar con los libertadores para descubrir dónde encontrar un caparazón de monstruo que, como dijo Mid, venga sin monstruo. Pues vamos a hablar con Ronan el Libertador, que está aquí en la toldilla.
All right, Sid. Come to buy us around, have you?
Only if you earn it. Mid needs a piece of light but durable bone for her next project. You've encountered your share of beasts on your travels across the realm. Any ideas?
Most bones are the same. Whack 'em hard enough and they'll break. If it's durability you're looking for, shell will serve you better. You know what an adamantus is?
I do. And I know to give them a wide berth. Will any old adamantus do?
Well, with shells, the older the harder. There's a rumor of an ancient adamantus down in Karava, near Olbidza, or what's left of the village anyway. But don't expect to make quick work of the bastard. There's a reason it's lived as long as it has.
I'll keep that in mind. Thank you.
Un adamantaimai anciano en Korava. Lo tengo apuntado. Pues venga, vamos a por el aceite y a por el caparazón. Primera parada, astillero de Old Hill. Aquí es donde vamos a conseguir el aceite. Facilito. Vamos a echar un vistazo. Creo que el primer frasco de aceite lo tenemos justo enfrente, si no me equivoco. Por aquí debería de estar. Ahí está, a la izquierda. Recoger aceite. Y ahora vamos a buscar un frasco más que no recuerdo exactamente dónde estaba. Pero bueno, creo que podemos echar un vistazo rápido. Vale, por aquí no. Claramente. Tiene que estar por esta zona, yo creo. Por la zona de la derecha. Mira, ahí está. Pues ya está. Tan solo necesitábamos 2 frascos y ya los tenemos. Ahora solo nos queda derrotar al adamantaimai anciano para conseguir su coraza. Nos vamos a Draboth. Desde aquí llegaremos rapidito al desierto de Korava. Vamos a llamar a nuestra querida Ambrosía. Damos media vuelta y ponemos rumbo al punto que nos marca. Madre mía, qué oscuro está todo. A ver, a ver. Uf, a ti no me quiero enfrentar. Dice Clive, de nuevo en Korava. Dime, Torgal, ¿dónde te esconderías si fueras una tortuga milenaria? ¿En las ruinas, tal vez? Bueno, pues aquí la tenemos, a las afueras de las ruinas. Es muy fácil de vencer el adamantaimai, es súper lento, pero bastante poderoso. Mientras no se alcancen sus ataques, estaréis muy bien. Como siempre, ya sabéis, no hace falta ni que os explique la estrategia, ¿verdad? Polvo de diamantes, vamos haciendo la onda letal también, de vez en cuando, si veis la oportunidad, una ala carmesí, unas llaves de renacer, y luego pues nada, un gigafulgor en cuanto esté vulnerable. Lo de siempre, chicos. Es que nuestras estrategias tampoco es que varíen demasiado. Y sí, ya le tenemos vulnerable. Ahí va el gigafulgor. Mitad de vida. A la carmesí. La letal, ráfaga telúrica. Y ahora, si queréis, pues podéis aprovechar para subir un poquito de nivel el sable justiciero. Si lo tenéis ya a buen nivel, se lo lanzáis también, claro. Cuidadito con los proyectiles de hielo, que esos sí que son bastante rápidos. Siempre que os embista, intentar también pues congelarle con la cinta glacial. Aquí viene. No logro hacer una esquiva perfecta, pero estas cosas siempre me pasan. Cuando la intento hacer a propósito, no me salen. Y cuando no las busco, es cuando me salen un montón de esquivas perfectas. Vamos a poner un poquito el sable oscuro ahora, para subir algo más el nivel. Y le rematamos con el gigafulgor. Enemigo derrotado. 750 de experiencia. Y ahí tenemos el caparazón de Adamantine. Pues ya tenemos todos los materiales, así que vamos a entregárselos a Mid a ver si logra que, bueno, el prototipo, que es lo que está haciendo ahora, pueda volar. Quizás si lo logra, pues más adelante lo haga en el gran barco del Enterprise. Ahora mismo ese barco es el más veloz de los mares. Imaginaros si encima pudiera volar, ¿no? Sería ya, pues, ¡buah!, algo maravilloso. Venga, vamos entonces a hablar con Mid. Le entregamos todos los materiales. Y luego supongo que tendremos que informar a los niños de que Mid no está triste, sino que, bueno, estaba ahí inmersa en su nueva teoría, ¿no? De hacer volar el barco.
Mid, tell me this is all you need.
You make it sound like I asked you to save the world or something.
Tell me this is all you need.
It's most of what I need. After you left, I went over the figures again, and I realized I'd forgotten a 1 and a 0. And a cogwheel. Just a tiny one. Though, that's the problem. Gears that small are a bastard to make, and I may have lost the one Blackthorn spent a fortnight toiling over.
Wait. The children. When they took apart your scales, there was a tiny brass gear. Now that I think about it, they didn't use it when we put the scales back together.
The young'uns? But why would they... You know what? I don't want to know. I'll keep working on the model. You go and find that cog.
Pues vaya, no teníamos todos los materiales. Nos falta un engranaje. Y ese engranaje lo tienen que tener los niños. ¿Quién se iba a imaginar de que nos sería útil en el futuro? Pues mira cómo son las cosas.
Sid, is Mid still hiding from us?
She wasn't hiding. She's fine. She's just busy working on her next project.
A new invention? What is it? What is it? Is it an airship? I bet it's an airship!
Do you think she'll let us help?
That just so happens to be why I'm here. She needs something special, something only you three can provide. A brass gear. A tiny one. One that might fit on, say, a set of scales?
Oh, the one you forgot! We remember!
We saved it, just in case. It's in the bag of bits.
Since your lesson,
We've been disassembling, then reassembling everything we can find.
All the pieces that are left over, we keep under our beds, just in case.
That's good to know.
Look! I found it! Is that all? Just the gear? We have more parts if Mid needs them.
That's all for now. But I'll let Mid know about your hoard. Just in case.
Thanks, Sid.
Ahora parece que sí que tenemos todos los materiales. Vamos a entregarle el engranaje y esperemos que sea suficiente. ¿Logrará hacer volar el prototipo? Descubrámoslo.
Well, did they have it?
They did. And they kept it somewhere nice and safe. Will it work?
Will it work? He's perfect! You're a genius, Clive.
What exactly are you going to use it for?
Only the most important job of all. The wings aren't going to move on their own. But with the right cog in the right place... Well, you just wait and see. That should do it. Here goes nothing. Titan's tits.
It wasn't supposed to fly, was it?
Of course it was supposed to fly. Wouldn't be much of an airship if it didn't. Honestly, these bloody engines are driving me mad. I was so sure this would be the day she soared. The Mithril engine was made to make dreams come true. But maybe this is one dream the world's better off without. Show folk how to take flying. It won't be long till they're raining death down on each other. People will lose their homes, children, their mums and their dads. Like I lost mine.
I'm sorry.
So am I, Clive. So am I. Sorry that I have to choose. Do I follow my head, or do I follow my heart?
Good question. The first time I stood on the deck of your ship, felt the wind in my hair. It was like I was flying. But imagine how it would feel to actually do it.
My dad always said there were two ways of living life. Chasing a dream or shuffling to your grave. And he were right. Right about a lot of things. Not that I like to admit it. People need dreams to chase. Especially in a world like this. Right. When this is over, I'm gonna take all my Mithril engines to Zemeckis and sling them over the edge. I won't have my dream end up turning into someone else's nightmare.
But all that hard work...
All that hard work will not be used for war, Jamie. But it ain't like it'll be gone. Tell me, Clive, have you ever been on a treasure hunt?
Not since Joshua and I were boys. Why do you ask?
Because I'm gonna bury the engine schematics and leave behind a little riddle telling people where to find them. A really hard one, so that only the most dedicated dreamers will ever be able to work it out. I can picture it now. Some daft general squinting at the words with a gormless expression on his mug. Like that one, yeah.
Right.
Of course, if I'm putting this engine at the end of a treasure hunt, I'll still need to make it a treasure worth hunting for. Won't be much of a prize if it couldn't even make a toy boat fly after all. My dad always said, dream big. But it ain't the size of a dream that's important, is it, Clive? Only that it's a good one. And I reckon I've got a fair few good uns left in me.
I'm sure you do.
Misión cumplida. No ha hecho volar el barco, pero casi que mejor. Es cierto que cuantos más avances tecnológicos tengamos, la humanidad seguramente lo utilizaría para el mal. Y guerras, pues como que no. Al final ha decidido esconder los planos y quizá, pues, quién sabe, en el futuro los descubra alguien que haga algo bueno con ellos, ¿no? Recemos porque sea así. Y no los descubra alguien que los utilice para el mal. Siguiente misión secundaria, subir las escaleras y habláis con Herman.
Sid, may I have a moment?
Of course.
It is an honor to finally speak with you. My name is Herman. I've been with the Cursebreakers for some time now, and I wish to be deployed to Ash. Any assignment will do.
No. The lands across the Narrow are too dangerous. I will not send good men and women to risk their lives needlessly. Why would you want to go back?
I need to retrieve something. Something important. I was raised in an orphanage. The Badbach Conservatory. Or rather, I was held captive there. It was not a place of nurture. It existed solely to turn bearer children into mindless weapons. We were tortured until we feared no pain. Tormented until our hearts turned to stone. And few ever survived long enough to become tools of the last king.
I can't imagine.
I lost so many. I can't even remember all their names. But they must be remembered. They cannot fade away, faceless and forgotten. The Institute was run with military precision. Every child measured, every name recorded, every death logged with meticulous care. Sid, allow me to travel to Ash and recover the registry so that my brothers and sisters might live on.
You are a good friend, Herman. But the fact remains that Ash is simply too dangerous.
Sid, please. Even should it cost me my life.
Too dangerous for you, Herman. But not for me. I'll go to Badbach and find the registry.
You will?
I won't let you risk your life.
I don't know how to thank you.
You can start by telling me where I'll find this orphanage.
Vida Grace. Hidden in a forest, overlooking the plains.
All right. I'll see what I can find there.
May the mothers guide you.
Nueva misión, no caerán en el olvido. Herman quiere que recuperemos unos registros de un orfanato en Cenicia. Pues venga, vámonos para allá. Tenemos que ir exactamente a este lugar que era Vidargrais. No sé si el orfanato era accesible antes, pero bueno, igualmente vamos a aprovechar ahora en esta misión secundaria para agarrar los cofres que haya por la zona. Llamamos a Ambrosía y ponemos rumbo al orfanato. Vamos a ir hacia la izquierda. Se encuentra así metidito entre el bosque por un camino que hay por ahí. Pasamos de los enemigos. Bueno, aunque seguramente venga a entrenar en el futuro, fuera de cámaras, como ya os dije, para subir al menos un nivel. Porque yo creo que después de hacer todo lo que tenemos que hacer, nos vamos a quedar en el nivel 48 probablemente. Entonces, bueno, la idea sería al menos subir hasta nivel 49. Bueno, lo ideal sería subir al máximo, a nivel 50, pero es que creo que eso llevaría muchísimo tiempo. Con el nivel 49 no deberíamos de tener ningún problema en enfrentarnos al jefe final. Pero por el momento sigámonos centrando en la misión secundaria. Hemos llegado ya a nuestro destino, vamos a entrar en la casa que tenemos a nuestra izquierda y además, aparte de ser el objetivo, también tenemos un cofre. Aquí a nuestra izquierda. Os muestro ubicación en el mapa. Y encontramos materiales y una poción. Vale, vamos a ir leyendo las cositas que están por aquí. Cédula real sobre la fundación del orfanato Bad Batch. Su Majestad Barnabas Tarn, monarca del reino de Waloed, autoriza la creación de esta institución con el noble fin de entrenar a jóvenes portadores que sirvan con denuedo a los intereses de la corona. Aquellos candidatos que muestren aptitudes satisfactorias serán reclutados para servir en las filas de su glorioso ejército al alcanzar la edad propicia. El cuerpo de aquellos jóvenes que sucumban a la maldición de los cristales o perezcan por diferentes causas deberá ser desechado con la mayor de las premuras. El cementerio de la institución está reservado para personal humano. Queda terminantemente prohibido el entierro de portadores bajo pena de muerte. Increíble esto. Tratar a los portadores como si no fueran seres humanos. Sigamos leyendo más cositas por aquí. A ver qué pone. Rutina de entrenamiento. Cargar 20 sacos de arena durante el tiempo estipulado. Soportar quemaduras de menor a mayor grado. Luchar cuerpo a cuerpo contra 3 canes infernales. ¿A eso es a lo que sometían a los portadores? ¡Wow! Y ahora la mesa. Hace poco descubrí que una de las niñas que murió petrificada por el cruel entrenamiento al que la sometí era mi hija. La entregué a las autoridades cuando solo era un bebé. No sabía que era ella, pero los documentos que solicité al ejército no dejan rastro de duda. He estado torturando a la sangre de mi sangre. La veo en todas partes. Hoy una chica me ha sonreído con la esperanza de que le diera el mendrugo de pan duro que tenía sobre la mesa. Era su sonrisa, la misma que tenía su madre. La madre a quien maté a golpes por haber dado a luz a una portadora. Vienen a por mí. Quieren llevarme con ellos. Los fantasmas de mi hija, de mi esposa y de todos aquellos niños que murieron se me aparecen con una sonrisa que pronto se torna en una mueca de dolor. No puedo más. No puedo más. Normal. Mis pecados me corroen por dentro. Estos huesos ya no pueden soportar el peso de la culpa que cargo sobre mis hombros. Mañana es el día. Le he dado mis últimas órdenes a los niños, el último tormento al que los someteré. Me arrancarán uno a uno brazos y piernas y enterrarán mi cadáver junto al árbol trifurcado blanco que alza sus manos al cielo en señal de súplica. Junto a mí reposarán para siempre los nombres de todos aquellos que dejaron este mundo bajo mi tutela, para que el tiempo los sepulcre conmigo. Madre mía del amor hermoso. O sea, estoy flipando.
This reads like a suicide note. Did the director go through with his plan? There's only one way to find out.
Al menos ya tenemos la pista de donde se puede encontrar lo que buscamos, que es en un árbol trifulcado blanco. Antes de nada, si no recuerdo mal, creo que por aquí había un cofrecito. Vamos a echar un vistazo. Bueno, tenemos un brillo, vamos a agarrarlo también. Y el cofre creo que estaba por aquí, puede ser. Sí, aquí, junto al cronolito. Ahí tenemos el cofre. Muestro ubicación en el mapa, para que no haya dudas. Estamos en la parte norte. Y encontramos materiales. Ok, pues ahora tenemos que ir al trifulcado blanco, que parece ser que está en la parte sur. Por aquí tiene que estar. Bueno, básicamente estamos en un cementerio. Qué mal rollo da esto. A ver, me suena que por aquí teníamos otro cofre. Ahí está la ubicación, que efectivamente está bajo un árbol blanco. Y el cofre está justo a la derecha. Ahí lo tenemos. Pues encontramos más materiales. Vamos ahora hacia el árbol y examinamos.
Could he really be buried here? There's something hidden among the roots. Let's see. This must be the registry.
Aquí tenemos el registro de defunciones. Mirad eso, 10 años, 9 años, fallecidos durante el entrenamiento, por intento de fuga. Puf.
So many names. This place was a slaughterhouse. But where is the architect of all this misery?
Vaya, esto era de esperar. Acásicos.
It was only a matter of time, I suppose.
Totalmente, era cuestión de tiempo. Vamos a hacer unas llamas del renacer para quitarnos así a los más flojitos y nos quedamos cara a cara con el grandullón. A continuación vamos a hacer un polvo de diamantes. Casi le hemos dejado vulnerable. Vamos a rematar a ese. Vamos a hacer una onda letal. Y ahora que está vulnerable, modo superación, así nos curamos ese poquito daño. Giga fulgor. Esto le va a quitar mucha vida. A la carmesí. Ráfaga telúrica. Y atacamos. A poder ser siempre con el sable justiciero para subirlo de nivel. Explosión telúrica, cuidado. Lanza bolitas de fuego. Podemos utilizar las tumbas para protegernos, chicos. Siempre que veáis que os va a disparar, os colocáis detrás de una tumba y así evitaréis todo el daño. Bueno, ya estamos a punto de derrotarle. Vamos a hacer onda letal. No sé si le mataremos con esto. Pero bueno, tenemos el polvo de diamantes y ahora el gigafulgor. Venga, le rematamos con esto y ya está. Listo. Enemigos derrotados. 1640 de experiencia. Y varios materiales. Tenemos el registro, así que nada. Vamos a volver con Herman. Se lo entregamos y con eso completaremos la misión. De vuelta a la guarida. Ya nos quedan pocas misiones, chicos. Ya casi lo tenemos. Wow, este capítulo va a ser larguísimo, Es que todavía nos queda derrotar a las escorias. Que son unas cuantas también. Eso sí, la caza de las escorias que nos quedan nos va a permitir obtener la mejor espada, al menos en el modo normal, y también el mejor brazalete y el mejor cinturón. O sea que, cuidadito, Vamos a estar bastante bien preparados para el jefe final. Bueno, vamos a ver si llegamos a donde se encuentra Herman de una vez. Aquí estamos y le entregamos el registro.
I hear that you traveled to Ash, Sid. Did you by any chance recover the names of my fallen friends?
I did. Yes.
If I may? The bearer registry. The director was a brutal man. He got no worse than he deserved.
The registry was all I found beneath the tree.
There was no sign of a body, or any record of what happened to the children after the orphanage closed.
I pray that at least some of them survived. All their names are here. The ones we lost. My friends. My light in those dark times. I can still remember their faces, like it was yesterday. Children who were taken from their bunks in the morning, never to return. No explanation ever offered.
They'd be happy to know that you survived, Herman.
But why did I make it out alive, when so many others died in that awful place?
It's not your fault. And blaming yourself won't bring them back. Honor their memory. See that their names live on. That way, at least. They're never truly gone.
Thank you. Sid, I'm going to write a book. An account of the horrors of Badbach, and the spirit of those its custodians sought to crush. All of Valisthea will know of our suffering, and in the name of those I lost, I will not let it happen again.
Neither will I.
These records would have been buried for all eternity, were it not for you. Thank you.
Pues misión cumplida. Recompensa, 9600 puntos de experiencia y hálito del hielo para las esquirlas punzantes. Genial, pues vamos a salir de la guarida y vamos a hacer ya una de las misiones que tenemos por aquí fuera, aunque nos queda otra en la guarida. Seguramente sea de las cartas, pero bueno, ya la haremos. Nos vamos a Tabor, ya que estábamos en el mapa mundi. El orden de los factores no altera el producto, así que da igual qué misión secundaria hagamos. Esta misión se encuentra, creo que en la posada. Sí, seguramente sea una misión de Cyril, puede ser. Sí. A ver qué quiere.
Lord Marquis, if you have a moment.
What is it, Cyril?
One of our brethren lately journeyed across the strait in order to pursue a new avenue of inquiry in our ongoing investigation. He sent an owl some while ago, but we have heard naught from him since.
Was he surveying another fallen ruin?
No. The object of his study was a savior cult that has arisen in Ash in recent years. We believe it may have some connection to the Circle of Malleus, an ancient religion that worshipped Ultima as its god. By gaining an understanding of this new faith, we hoped to learn more of the Circle's original beliefs.
And so you sent one of your brothers to Ash, a continent teeming with orcs and Akashic.
Fully cognizant of the risks, yes. I entrusted the mission to one of the most able of our order, the Third Chair, a master of the arts of combat and survival both. Though he has been silent for some days now, I have thus far refrained from sending any others in search of him, lest they be lost in turn. Yet, it seemed only right to inform you of the situation, given your unique experience of the perils of Ash. For as you so earnestly advised me, it would not do to abandon a man to his fate, when he might yet be saved.
It would not. But Ash is a big place. Can you be any more specific?
Perhaps. The last owl I received from him mentioned a village where he had heard the cult were wont to assemble. Mickleburg was its name. It lies in the southern reaches of Waloed. If aught ill befell him, I expect it did so there.
All right. I'll see what I can do.
You are much too kind, my lord. Go then, with my hopes, and may the firebird's flame ever burn in your heart.
Misión aceptada al servicio del Fénix 2. Tenemos que buscar a uno de sus compañeros que fue enviado a Cenicia, concretamente a Mikkelburg. Pues venga, salimos al mapa y nos dirigimos hacia Walloed, concretamente a Isla. Desde aquí llegaremos muy rápido a Mikkelburg. Por cierto, a esta aldea vamos a tener que volver luego en la caza de escorias. Tenemos a una escoria concretamente en el edificio de enfrente. Pero bueno, ya la haremos. Nos vamos a ir por la derecha, por esta salida. Vamos a llamar a Ambrosía. Y ahora seguimos el camino hasta que tengamos un desvío a la derecha, que está un poquito más abajo. Bueno, de hecho ya nos aparece ahí el punto objetivo, así que no creo que os vayáis a perder. Pasamos de todos los enemigos. Ni me molesto en ir a por el brillo, porque seguramente tenga basura, como de costumbre. Y por aquí nos vamos a ir a la derecha. Estamos en una especie de ruinas empíreas. Esto de aquí es Mikkelburg, que hasta esta misión secundaria creo que era inaccesible.
These people aren't turned. And the village seems safe enough at least. What is going on here?
Ah. Did you, too, heed the call?
Heed the call? No, I came here looking for someone. To be honest, I wasn't sure I'd find him here. Let alone all of you.
Is that so?
What are you doing here? Is this where you live?
It is my home. The others, they heeded the call.
You keep saying that. What do you mean?
They came here to perform the rite, just as King Barnabas instructed. This village is their altar, where they shall cast their shoals upon the gentle waters and give themselves to the Lord.
Give themselves?
Oh, Lord, cleanse us of our sins.
Let us be reborn in your loving arms.
Free us from the torment of this mortal realm.
They want to be saved. Forgive me, but did another foreigner like me come here? He was probably wearing a cowl.
You mean the traveler from Storm? Yes. He's staying at my house, toward the rear of the village.
Thank you. If you don't mind, I'll go and greet him.
Pues parece que el compañero de Cyril se encuentra bien. Está en la casa del fondo, pero antes de ir vamos a echar un vistacillo por la aldea porque tenemos cofres. Nos vamos a ir por la derecha, por este caminito. Y por aquí debería de haber un cofre. Aquí lo tenemos, tras el arco. Muestro ubicación en el mapa, para que no haya dudas. Y encontramos materiales. Faltaría más. Ahora sí, ya podemos ir a la casa del fondo y hablar con el compañero de Cyril, el Tercio Magno. Que supuestamente creo que es un guerrero bastante diestro con la espada. No sé si será cierto o no. Creo que es esta casa de aquí, de la izquierda. Sí. Y ahí tenemos a nuestro amiguito.
Excuse me. Are you with the Undying?
I am. And so it would appear, are you?
Lord Rosfield, if I am not mistaken.
That's right. And you must be the third chair.
I am.
Cyril was worried for your safety. He sent me to find you.
Then I must apologize. I did not mean to trouble the bearer of the burning quill. Much less you, my Lord Marquis.
He said that you had failed to report. Is there a reason for that?
I came here to study the followers of this new faith. But the more I learned of them, the more my own faith began to falter. You have seen them at their prayers, have you not? They devote themselves to the veneration of their Lord with a fervor I have never seen before. Praying night and day that they might be rid of their wicked wills and reborn in their Saviour's light. Not that they might be granted respite from their worldly woes, but so that they might continue to serve him. Serve him with all of their beings. I, too, swore to devote my life to the service of my Lord and Master, but this... 'tis different. It is more. And so I would see it through to the end. See these people safe, that they might achieve their dream. That they might do their duty to their Lord. Even if it should keep me from doing my duty to mine.
You do understand what their dream is, don't you?
I do, my lord. They would cast aside their wills and become a Kashik. I know that it may be hard to believe, but to these people, that is the very essence of salvation. Forgive me, my lord, but I must remain here. If you are to return to Master Cyril, I would consider it a great... Did you hear that, my lord? Something is happening.
I'll go and find out what. Stay here. Beneath the flood. Oh no. There must be something I can do. Echoes as well. Found her.
Uy, 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 parece que el éter ha llegado a la aldea y encima acompañado de unos cuantos empíreos. Lanzamos unas llamas del renacer para eliminarlo rápidamente y me imagino que después del combate tendrán que evacuar la ciudad. Bueno, la aldea más bien, porque si no van a transformarse en acásicos. Vamos a acabar de eliminarlos. Estoy con el sable oscuro para ver si lo subimos a nivel 5. Como veis, hago muy poquito daño, pero bueno, merece la pena. ¿Pero qué narices? ¿Desde cuándo hay un ascensor ahí? ¡Oh! Y menuda cosa guardaba. ¿Nos volvemos a ver? ¿Cuándo lo hemos visto? No me suena de nada. Nos hemos enfrentado a esta especie de enemigo varias veces, pero a este en concreto no recuerdo haberme enfrentado. Bueno, polvo de diamantes. La verdad que me esperaba quitarle más barra, pero bueno. Onda letal, va haciendo su efecto. Si veo la oportunidad, le meteremos un ala carmesí, pero bueno, tampoco me quiero arriesgar. Este tipo hace bastante daño. Voy a activar el modo superación para curarme. Sobre todo ahora que se me acaba de dar un espadazo. Con el modo superación activado podéis arriesgaros si queréis a bloquear sus espadazos con vuestra espada, porque os volvéis mucho más rápido. Pero vamos, yo en mi caso prefiero no hacerlo. Vamos a intentar hacer una esquiva perfecta y congelarle, como esa. Y ahora sí, le metemos el ala carmesí, atacamos y le dejamos vulnerable. Metemos el gigafulgor. Y también tenemos el sable justiciero de nivel 5. Eso es mucho daño. Ahí que va. Bastante daño. Tenemos otra vez polvo de diamante. Tenía que plantearme seriamente poner el accesorio que creo que reducía el tiempo como unos 7 segundos. Que es muchísimo. Tengo que plantearme parte. Aunque claro, los guantes de Kengi que tenemos ahora también son bastante god, ¿eh? Son muy buenos. Nos aumentan el ataque un 5%. Bueno, a este ya le queda poquita vida. Titus va a caer. Tenemos gigafulgor otra vez. El ala carmesí. Le meto el gigafulgor porque total, quiero decir, para la vida que le queda, como que no merece la pena esperar a aturdirle. Vamos, quédate vulnerable. Ahí está. A la carmesí. Ráfaga telúrica. Y derrotado. Facilito. Bueno, no está mal. 2400 puntos de experiencia.
Damn it. Don't you die. Come on, speak to me.
I had to save them. They might have a chance to find true salvation by devoting themselves to the service of their Lord, just as I did when the Undying plucked me from the gutter and gave me a cause to believe in, a duty to serve was everything to me. And I would not deny them that fulfillment, even if they must become a Kashik in order to achieve it. Forgive me, my Lord Marquis. I did not mean to trouble you with this. My findings. Could you deliver them to Master Cyril for me?
Of course. Your duty will be done.
Look, my lord. They are saved.
They are saved. Found her. I should get this report to Cyril.
Se sacrificó para que luego el resto de aldeanos se transformasen en acásicos y a eso lo llama salvación. ¿En serio? En fin, entreguémosle el informe a Cyril a ver qué opina de todo esto.
My Lord Marquis, welcome back. I am glad to see you hale and whole.
I met with your third chair, Cyril. He bade me deliver his findings to you.
Thank you, my lord. He remained in Ash?
He died protecting the villagers from an echo. I buried him in Mickelberg. I'm sorry that I couldn't save him.
If you could not save him, no one could.
The villagers, they were believers in this savior cult. They prayed to their god that they might be unburdened of their wills. Then an ether flood came, and their wish was granted. Your brother sacrificed himself that they might live, even knowing that that life was death by another name.
Then he perished defending liberty. A hero's end. For the right to choose how one dies is no less sacred than the right to choose how one lives.
Sid would agree. He wanted to build a world where people could die on their own terms.
A noble ambition. To die for one's cause is the most perfect expression of one's faith. It matters not how misguided others might judge one's decision to be. Only that the decision is one's own. We live according to the teachings of our order. We believe in them, we protect them, and yes, we die for them. For better or worse, that is our creed.
But he didn't die for your creed. He died to save them. And you still believe that what he did was right.
I believe that he believed it was. We of the Undying are not slaves, but willing servants. And this was his will. The ultimate expression of it.
All right. I'd like to know this man's name, Cyril. To know the names of all the Undying who've fallen in the line of duty. They died serving my house. It's only right that I remember them. That is my duty.
Of course. I shall fetch the Book of Martyrs at once. My lord, it has been, and shall ever be, the greatest honor of my life to serve House Rosfield. Though our duties may differ, yours is no less important. I pray with all my heart for your success. And were they here, I have no doubt but that every one of my fallen brothers and sisters would feel the same.
Misión cumplida. No sé, yo no estoy muy de acuerdo con lo que nos ha dicho Cyril, pero en fin. Emblema de los imperecederos y oricalco. Adiós, Cyril. Hasta nunca. Vale, chicos, pues vamos a por la siguiente misión secundaria. Nos quedan ya, creo que 2 misiones o 3. Volvamos a la guarida y hagamos la que nos queda de correo. Y de paso, pues leemos las cartas que nos hayan mandado. Vamos al camarote. Esto de leer las cartas, lógicamente, no es obligatorio, ¿eh? Lo hago porque quiero, me gusta. Vamos a ver. Comencemos con la triunión. No ha sido tarea fácil congregar a 3 hombres de orígenes tan dispares por una causa común, pero lo hemos logrado en pos de un mejor futuro para Balistea. Sin embargo, la triunión es solo el primer paso. La travesía que nos aguarda es larga y tortuosa, y puede que su final esté plagado de penurias, pero lo que importa no es el destino, sino las lecciones que uno aprende durante la marcha. Has allanado el camino hacia un nuevo mañana con tu coraje, Clive. Ahora nos toca a nosotros transitarlo, tu tío Byron. Con Byron y Quinten, sinceramente creo que harán grandes cosas por el mundo. Vamos con la siguiente carta. Desde la distancia. No tengo palabras para darte las gracias por haber recuperado una copia del libro que tanto buscaba. Si te soy sincera, cuando descubrí que me lo habían robado, sentí como si se hubieran llevado con él una parte de mí. Ahora vuelvo a estar completa y a tu entera disposición. Solo puedo pagarte con lo único valioso que poseo, mis conocimientos, así que no dudes en pasarte por la sala de reuniones cuando requieras de ellos. Vivian. Me pasaré, Vivian, para tus clases geopolíticas. Búsqueda del tesoro. Por si te quedaba alguna duda, lo de enterrar los planos del motor iba en serio, vaya que sí, si hasta he encontrado el lugar ideal, pero si por un casual tenías pensado participar en la búsqueda del tesoro, será mejor que te des prisa en despachar al dios ese o puede que algún avispado se te adelante. Bueno, si se da el caso ya te enterraré otro plano de alguno de mis inventos que tengo de sobra. Mid, de eso estoy seguro, Mid. Siguiente, mi más sincero agradecimiento. Mi señor Marqués, os escribo esta misiva para agradeceros vuestro interés por conocer los nombres de todos aquellos caídos en acto de servicio. Sé que allá donde estén grande es su dicha al saber que el guardamayor del Fénix lamenta sus decesos. Aunque todos en la orden estemos dispuestos a entregar nuestra vida por su excelencia, es inequívoco afirmar que los miembros que perecieron ejerciendo su labor se duelen de no poder servirle durante más años. Que alguien de tal preeminencia en la casa Rossfield como vos los acoja en su recuerdo supone un consuelo inestimable. Sigamos bajando. Que las llamas del ave inmortal refuljan en vuestro corazón. Cyril, biógrafo de la péndola ígnea. Venga, y por último la misión. Sobre el príncipe Dion. Clive, quisiera pedirte ayuda con un asunto que concierne a su Alteza Imperial. Sé que estos ruegos no son propios de mí, pero los años no pasan en balde y hay empresas que este pobre anciano no puede acometer solo. Si estás interesado, ven a verme donde siempre. Harpócrates.
It's usually me making demands of Hippocrates. I wonder what this is about.
Eso es muy cierto. Es muy raro que Harpócrates nos pida ayuda para algo. Vamos a ver qué le pasa con el príncipe Dion. Además, quiero decir, no entiendo exactamente por qué nos pide ayuda por Dion. Bueno, supongo que ahora lo vamos a averiguar. Directos a la biblioteca, que está justo enfrente, como ya sabéis. Y hablamos con Harpócrates.
Lawsman Harpocrates, I received your note.
Ah, yes. I expect you're wondering what this is all about.
You spoke of making amends with Dion, but I can't imagine what for.
Then I should begin by telling you that I was once his tutor. This was some years ago, of course, before I joined Sid in his hideaway. At that time, I was counted among the foremost scholars of Oriflamme, and was accordingly invited to the palace to supervise the young prince's education, all to ensure that the future emperor had a firm grounding in, well, everything an emperor should. History, religion, commerce, government. Alas, our time together was cut short when Dion left to join the Dragoons, his studies no longer being deemed necessary. I had not expected to meet with him again, least of all here.
Have you spoken with him?
No, I have yet to find the right moment. His Highness always seems so preoccupied, especially when alone. I would not wish to disturb his ruminations with idle words of greeting. Not when I know he dwells upon the evil Ultima had him commit in the Dominion.
The guilt weighs heavily on him, I know. But as you say, that was Ultima's doing. Surely you can't blame yourself.
When I first met him, it was not guilt, but his people's expectations that weighed heavily upon him. And I did nothing to ease that burden. He bore it alone, until the day he could not bear it any longer. It is one of my greatest regrets. that I only ever offered him my wisdom, when what he truly needed was friendship. The blame for Dion's transgressions lies not only on his shoulders, but on mine.
I see. I'm ready to help you in any way that I can.
Then I beg that you bring me a wild wyvern tail. Apothecaries across the ages agree that even to glimpse such a flower is to be granted inner solace. Fabulists and fraudsters all, of course. But there is oft a seed of truth to be found where even the most outlandish opinions align.
Well, it can't hurt to try. Where can I find this flower? And how will I know it?
You have seen cultivated wyvern tails before, I trust. The lily-white blossoms from whose roots the poisonous ink for the brand is distilled. Well, those which grow in the wild differ only in their purple hue. The harsher the environment in which they are raised, the deeper the color. There is a waterfall in Rickmal's roost across the strait, where the flowers once grew in abundance. Whether they still survive there, I know not. But try as I might, I can find no likelier location.
It's all right. I'll find you a wyvern tail one way or another.
Thank you, Clive. And please, be safe.
Curioso, Harpócrates ha sido el tutor de Dion y ahora quiere ofrecerle su amistad. Para eso quiere que busquemos una flor llamada hierba del dragón y tenemos que dirigirnos a Isla, porque se encuentra en las tierras de Cenicia, aquí en Waloed. No sé por qué me da que una hierba del dragón va a estar defendida por un dragón, estoy seguro. Vale, nos vamos a ir hacia la izquierda. Está un poquito lejos, a unos 500 metros. Pero en cuanto salgamos de la aldea con ambrosía llegaremos enseguida. Vale, por aquí deberíamos de poder llamarla ya. Vamos, ambrosía. Atravesamos el puente de madera. Y tenemos que llegar a esa especie de pantano con árboles muertos. Creo que es por ahí. Buf, está todo lleno de éter. Esto estará lleno de acásicos. Uy, si no recuerdo mal, aquí nos habíamos enfrentado a un flan azul que me dio una paliza bastante considerable. Míralo, ahí hay uno. Bueno, en realidad es que vinimos por aquí para agarrar un cofre y me atacaron dos flanes a la vez. Y claro, bueno, eso es un poquito complicado. Parece que hemos llegado. Vamos a bajar de ambrosía y echar un vistacillo por aquí. Uy, que tenemos ahí al dragón. Me lo imaginaba. Pues nada, vamos a comenzar con unas llamas de renacer. Continuaremos con un polvo de diamantes. Le dejamos vulnerable. Vaya, hombre. Y seguimos con un gigafulgor. Activamos modo superación para curarnos. A la carmesí, ráfaga telúrica. Onda letal. Y continuamos el ataque. Ven aquí, hombre, ven. Cuidado. Cuidado. Siempre hace un combo de 2 golpes, chicos. Ojo que se viene embestida. No me he podido recuperar a tiempo. Pero bueno, aquí hemos hecho una esquiva perfecta. Le hemos congelado. Y ya le rematamos. Listo. Vamos a por esa hierba del dragón que estaba por aquí. La había visto hace un momento. Ahí está. Hay un montón, ¿eh? Y de vuelta a la guarida. Le entregamos la hierba del dragón a Harpócrates y supongo que él se la dará a Dion. Ya estamos aquí en la guarida. Nos vamos a la biblioteca. Y le entregamos la hierba del dragón. Veamos qué ocurre.
Oarsman, I found the flowers you were looking for.
You did?
I think I did.
You did indeed. My dear boy, thank you.
You wanted to make Dion a gift of one, did you not? Shall I invite him to join us?
Oh, I don't...
It's no trouble. I'll go and fetch him.
La gente aquí es tremendamente vaga. Tenemos que hacer absolutamente todo. Ahora hay que buscar a Dion para que venga a ver a Harpócrates. En serio. Clive, eres demasiado bueno a veces. Dion se encuentra aquí a la derecha, según bajamos las escaleras.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of accompanying me?
No. It is time, then.
No. Only to the shelves. Our lawsman has something he'd like to give you.
Master Harpocrates. No. I dare not show my face before him. Not after everything I have done. I have taken countless innocent lives. And ruined countless more. All because I was weak. I have sworn to atone for my crimes or die in the attempt. But were I to meet with him again, and see in his eyes what I have become, I fear that my resolve might falter.
Then that is all the more reason to do it. Test your resolve. Prove to yourself, and to him, how strong it truly is.
You are right. I must, at the very least, offer him my gratitude. Very well, then. Take me to him.
Follow me.
Even now, I hesitate to approach him. What must he think of me?
You'd be surprised.
Master Harpocrates, pray, accept my apologies for leaving your tutelage before my studies were complete. Your lessons opened my mind to a world quite unlike the one I had imagined from within the gilded confines of the palace. And I shall be forever grateful for the efforts you made to enlighten me.
Lift up your head, Your Highness. The deeds of youth require no apology. That you took the time to visit me says much about the man you have become. Now, there is something I would like to show you.
Is that a wyvern tail? The color is unfamiliar to me.
Because it is unique to those found in the wild. Something in the harsh environments in which they grow lends them this striking hue. Their roots are indistinguishable from those of their hothouse cousins, but once they bloom, the difference is immediately apparent. In this flower, I see you, Your Highness. Its roots were the roots of a wyvern tail, with all that implies. But they do not define it, just as yours do not define you. I want you to have it, that it might remind you of this truth.
Master Harpocrates, I would ask of you a service. Keep your gift until I have fulfilled my duty to the realm, for only then shall I be deserving of it.
As you wish, Your Highness. I shall await your return.
Our roots do not define us. No wonder my stepmother didn't like him. For reuniting me with memories I had thought long lost. I shall not forget this.
Thank you, Clive. Were it not for you, I fear I might never have found the right moment to speak with him. Not to mention the wyvern tales. I shall plant their seeds, that I might not disappoint His Highness upon his return.
I hope the soil in the hideaway is to their liking.
Why, these flowers bloomed in the bleak, black wastes of Waloed. I'm sure Nigel's yard will suit them to a T. When it comes to expressing one's gratitude, I find that words are seldom sufficient. Here.
What's this?
A stolas quill. Or more precisely, my stolas quill. 'Tis said that an owl's feathers are steeped in the wishes it hears over its long lifetime. All those words just waiting to pour out onto the page. So consider this my wish for you. That one day you may put down your sword and pick up that pen.
Well, when that day comes, I'll certainly have a lot to write about. Thank you, Harpocrates. It shall have pride of place in my chamber.
Otra misión más cumplida. Ya solo nos quedan 2 misiones más, creo. 9600 puntos de experiencia, pluma de estolas, otro coleccionable y piedad de Bahamut. Uff, disminuye el tiempo de recarga de Gigafulgor, God. Muy buen accesorio también. Vale, pues aquí en la guarida sí que ya lo tenemos todo hecho. Vamos entonces, venga, aquí mismo, a Dalimil. Seguramente tengamos una misión de Lubor. La última vez, si no recuerdo mal, tenía problemas porque la gente descubrió que era un portador. Vamos a ver si se ha solucionado o qué es lo que está ocurriendo. Hablemos con Lubor.
Here to help me pack? Thanks, but I'll be traveling light. I'm almost finished already, in fact.
You're really going to go through with this, then?
I am. But before I go, there is one small issue I'd like your assistance with. Well, two, in fact.
If it's within my power to help you, I will.
It's the children. I refuse to let them share in my disgrace. And if I leave them here, they surely will. Our friendship would see them ostracized forever. But I can't take them with me either. I can think of only one place where they are certain to be safe, and provided for, and loved. The hideaway.
Of course. The children would be more than welcome.
Thank you, Clive. I will not forget this.
Lubor, are you still here?
What is it, Ferda? You look pale.
There's been a flood in the Velcroy, a damn big one. The League of Outlaws encampment was completely submerged in ether.
What?
Every last one of the bastards has turned, and they're headed this way.
Bandits are one thing, but Akashic bandits are quite another. The town guard won't stand a chance against them. We need to evacuate. There's no time to lose. Ferda, gather the men. The Akashic may strike at any moment. We must make ready to cover the townspeople's escape. Well, what are you waiting for?
Yes, my lord.
Clive, change of plan. The children stay with me for now. I need you to find Conrad and Natalie. Tell them to prepare for a full and immediate evacuation.
Understood.
I'll do what I can to convince everyone else. Wish me luck.
Nueva misión, Cuestión de Confianza 2. La cosa había empezado bien, tan solo teníamos que llevarnos a los niños a la guarida y ahora parece ser que el éter se está acercando y hay un ejército de acásicos. Vamos a hablar con Conrad y Natalie para que ayuden a evacuar la ciudad.
Ah, it's you.
What do you want, Lord Underhill?
To pass on an important message. There's been an ether flood out in the Velcroy. The camp where the so-called League of Outlaws were gathering has been swallowed. They're no longer just bandits. They're Akashic now, and they could be here at any moment. You need to begin preparing for a full-scale evacuation right away.
Oh, do we? And who was it who gave you this disturbing news, might I ask?
Lubor, perhaps? The man spreading the same poison out in the square as we speak. You may believe his lies, my lord, but we know better.
But why would he lie about something like this?
Some twisted attempt at revenge, perhaps. If he had not been unmasked, he may well have been elected our leader. A great honor for one of his kind. One he might well feel aggrieved at having been denied.
Lord Underhill, forgive me, but it has become all too evident where your sympathies lie. Lubor cannot be trusted, and neither, therefore, can you.
You may not trust me, but for the sake of your people, ask yourselves if there is any chance that this is true.
There isn't. You can be certain of that. Now be off with you.
You're making a mistake.
It's no use. Words will not move them.
Estos tipos son idiotas. ¿Es que acaso no se dan cuenta de que el Lubor intenta proteger la ciudad? Vamos a hablar con Ferda, a ver si puede ayudarnos. Ferda se encuentra en la otra salida de la aldea. Espero que Ferda no esté en contra de Lubor. No recuerdo exactamente de qué lado estaba. Ahora lo vamos a averiguar.
Lord Ferda.
Sid, what's wrong?
I went to warn Conrad and Natalie about the Akashic, but they wouldn't listen. They've convinced themselves that nothing Lubor says can be trusted. The bloody fools. Which means the town guard can't be counted on for support. But I can. If there's anything I can do to help you defend Dalamil, you only have to ask.
I appreciate it.
Sid! Ferda! I've been looking for you everywhere.
Victor,
I thought you'd left.
I couldn't abandon a friend in need. And Blue Boy is in need at this very moment. Come quickly.
You have to believe me! The Akashic are coming! They don't eat, they don't sleep, they don't tire, and they don't care who they kill. They're unlike anything that's come before. There will be no parley, no mercy granted! We may have saved the town once, but this is different. I do not ask that you forgive me, but please believe me. If you do not run, you will die. You will all fucking die!
You'd like that, wouldn't you, bearer?
Yeah, with us out of the way, your kind will be free to claim Dalamil for yourselves.
You should run!
Run, bearer!
Yeah, run!
Run!
Far, far away!
Run!
Just go!
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes! Go!
Come on, then.
Go on!
Just go.
Lubo. Wait. Someone's coming.
Go.
Come on! Stop! You're hurting him! What did Lubor ever do to you? He solves all your stupid problems, and he keeps all of you safe. You know there's nothing he wouldn't do for this town. Who was it who made that cleaver you use every day, Conrad? And what about your counting table, Natalie? Who fixed that? Whose men make sure the streets are clean so all your boots don't get dirty? Who spends all day, every day making sure things run smoothly around here? And none of you ever say thank you. Ever. But did Lubor ever complain? Well, does he ever stop smiling? He keeps this whole place going. And you act like it doesn't even exist.
Lubor, we've heard enough.
Wait!
We will not run. The town guard will not abandon the very place it is sworn to protect.
And I will not give up for lost the stores that we labored so hard to fill.
So tell us, how do you propose we deal with these Akashic of yours?
We won't run, but we will fight.
All right, then. Fine. Gather round if you don't want to die.
Allow me to explain the situation. The ether flood occurred near the village of Cheratina, deep in the Velcroy. The place had been abandoned for years, until the League of Outlaws decided to make it their base of operations. Now they're all turned, and if the scouts' reports are correct, heading in this direction.
They are mindless monsters, driven only by hate and rage. And they are utterly unpredictable. With the bandits, we at least knew how and where they were likely to attack. When these creatures come, Dalimil will have the bitterest fight it has ever faced on its hands. The town guard will muster at the north gate. The rest of us will take the south. Both forces will provide men to serve as scouts and messengers, ready to spread word of the size and nature of the Akashic Force as soon as it is spotted. And as soon as it has been, we will converge on its position and see that it is driven back from Dalimil at all costs. Conrad, can I count on the support of the town guard?
Always.
I leave the selection and coordination of the messengers in your hands, Victor. And the command of our men in yours, Ferda. If you would both be so kind.
Consider it done.
As you wish.
Natalie, I would ask that you and your people have the townsfolk barricade themselves inside the bathhouse. And tell the merchant not to waste time securing anything beside the essentials. Preserving life is our one and only concern. As long as we survive, it doesn't matter what trinkets we might lose. Our riches can be regained. And if anyone doubts that, let it be known that the Briar's Kiss stands ready to cover any losses.
Very well. I shall tell them.
Where do I fit into this plan?
Where else but the most perilous place of all? I would like you to travel to the home of our erstwhile League of Outlaws, Cheratina itself. The main host is most likely still there, and Dalimil will not be safe until it is eradicated, root and branch.
A little gardening. How pleasant.
I doubt it. I have a feeling these weeds will be particularly stubborn.
Luckily, so am I.
So you are. All right then, we all know what we have to do. Now it's simply a matter of doing it. For Dalimil.
Qué grandes los niños. Que un par de niños tenga que dar lecciones a los adultos, en fin, debería darles vergüenza. Pero es que me han gustado muchísimo, les han puesto en su sitio a todos, ¿eh? Esos niños sin duda son el futuro de Dalimil. Vale, chicos, nos hemos teletransportado aquí al desierto de Belroy porque desde aquí llegamos mucho antes al punto objetivo, que es Cheratina. Y supongo que tendremos que enfrentarnos a una serie de acásicos, seguramente a bandidos acásicos. Buah, es que mirad esto, ¿eh? Hay una concentración enorme de éter. Mirad, ahí los tenemos. Efectivamente, bandidos acásicos. Vamos a colocarnos en el centro y llamas del renacer. Encima hay magos con coraza. Mucho mejor eliminarlos cuanto antes. Vamos rematando. No sé por qué siempre se quedan a uno de vida, ¿eh? Se acercan más enemigos. Era de esperar. No podía ser tan fácil. Tenemos polvo de diamantes. Rematamos otra vez. Y más enemigos. Entre ellos seguro que hay un grandullón. ¿No? Qué raro. Ah, sí, sí. Ahí viene. Un hidalgo acásico. Nah, este es facilito. Es muy lento. Lo que no me gusta de este tipo es cuando golpea de lado, como ahora, porque se me da muy mal esquivar ese ataque. Muy mal. No sé por qué, pero no le pillo como el tiempo exacto para esquivar. Y me suelo llevar siempre un golpe, salvo que me aleje lo bastante. Voy a meterle un gigafulgor, porque le quedan muchísimas barras de vulnerabilidad. Y para cuando se la bajemos probablemente lo vayamos a recuperar otra vez. Así que al menos se lleva bastante daño. Vamos a meterle una a la carmesí. Nos alejamos. Tengo también las ráfagas telúrica. Estaría bien que pudiéramos congelarle durante bastante tiempo. Una esquiva perfecta, pero no me sale. Igualmente se queda vulnerable ya. Perfecto. Onda letal. Vamos a hacerle a la carne así. Ráfaga telúrica. Y en cuanto se recupere del vulnerable, le hacemos el polvo de diamantes, que lo hemos recuperado hace poquito. Ahora. Llamas del renacer. Y en cuanto recuperemos el gigafulgor, que tiene que estar a punto, ahí está, le rematamos. Facilito. $2400 puntos de experiencia, varios materiales y veamos el desenlace.
The League is disbanded. I should get back to Dalimil and see how the others fared.
All the Akashic we were able to find have been dealt with. Seems that might be the last of them.
Last of them here, perhaps.
Lubo, Sir Clive has returned.
Clive! What news from Charatina?
It's done. Root and branch.
I knew you wouldn't let me down.
Thank you, my lord.
Friends, the Horde has been driven back. The Akashic have been defeated. And we need not fear the arrival of any more, thanks to Clive. Victory is ours.
We bloody did it.
We saved Dalimil.
Lubor, allow me to apologize. After all you have done for this town, we should never have doubted you.
But we did. And for that we are truly sorry. We only hope that you can forgive us.
We need you, Lubor. Dalimil needs you. So, if you would still like to be considered for the position of mayor, you have our backing.
You do remember that I'm a bearer, don't you?
We do. But that is not a stain on your character. It is a stain on ours. We thought only of what we perceived bearers to be, not what you truly are. The man who saved Dalimil twice over.
I see. But I will only accept your proposal on 2 conditions.
Name them.
Firstly, that you will both do everything in your power to rally your people to my cause. If the Town Guard and the Merchants League do not accept my leadership, it will be doomed from the start. Unity is the key to defending Dalimil, and I do not doubt that we shall need to call on our combined strength again. When that time comes, I will expect us all to pull together, just as we did today.
Of course. You have our word.
And secondly, you will accept that if I am to lead you, the mistreatment of bearers must end here in Dalimil. Any bearer within our walls shall be afforded the same rights as any other citizen. They will not be judged by what they are, but who they are.
As we failed to do, and came so close to losing everything.
We agree to your conditions. And we have only one in return. That you continue to work for the good of Dalimil, as you always have.
Condition accepted. Well then, it seems my mayorship is all but confirmed. Do I get some sort of special hat? How fickle fate can be. Not so long ago, I had resigned myself to leaving Dalimil in disgrace. And now, I find myself her leader. Here. For everything.
Lubo. About the children.
Fear not, you are of course relieved of your responsibility. I would sooner face another horde of Akashic than see them brought up as outlaws. I'll make sure they're safe here.
I don't doubt that you will. And not just the children, but everyone in Dalimil.
I'll do my best. Can't have all your hard work going to waste.
Misión cumplida y creo que tenemos nuevo alcalde en Dalimil y todo gracias a 2 niños, para que luego no les dejen votar. Hay niños con mejor cabeza que muchos adultos. Hálito de luz, no está mal, para la onda letal. Bueno chicos, pues hemos terminado la misión aquí y nos queda una más que está, si no me equivoco, en Northridge. Efectivamente. Supongo que será una misión de Isabel. La última vez que estuvimos por aquí estaba la cosa un poquito liada, un poco manga por hombro. Y todo debido a la presencia del duque, que empezó como a dividir a la gente. Había gente a favor de Isabel, otra gente a favor del duque, los soldados, no sé, estaba todo muy liado. Vamos a ver en qué ha quedado todo. Imagino que si tenemos una misión secundaria, seguramente nada bueno. Ahí está Isabel. Veamos qué es lo que quiere.
Do you have a moment, Clive?
What is it?
It's the Duke, unsurprisingly. His Eminence has assumed full control of the garrison and put every able-bodied man to work on the fortifications. The town was left all but unguarded, so Philippe was compelled to form a citizens' watch to fill the void. And though my dear boys have been characteristically willing to assist him in this, they want for bodies. So I was wondering if you would lend them your strength, that the people of Northridge might sleep easier, if only for a few nights.
Of course. Whatever you need.
Thank you, Clive. What would I do without you? Philippe told me he had men stationed at...
Where can I find the mistress of this establishment?
Here, my lady. To whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
My name is Sabine, and it is my displeasure to be the daughter of the Duke of Oriflamme, who I understand is causing you and your town no small amount of trouble. I wish to speak to you about what might be done.
Very well. Let us speak. I trust you'll forgive me, Clive.
Absolutely. Our conversation can wait.
Please, proceed.
As you know, my father is a most overbearing and supercilious man, and I join you in objecting to his every action. Indeed, I owe you my thanks for continuing to argue against his reckless plans. Yet I fear he is not one to be swayed by reason. No. He must be made to face the consequences of his actions.
And who would make him do this?
I would. Myself and several other like-minded individuals. Were you to join us, we would surely have the strength to drive him from Northreach for good.
Does that not seem a trifle... drastic?
Drastic action is precisely what is called for. Unless you are content to see your people downtrodden and dispossessed. My father would have it that citizens exist only to serve the Empire. That they should be forced to make every sacrifice to ensure her revival. But he is wrong. It is not the people who must serve the Empire, but the Empire who must serve her people. He's always been like this. Scornful of the opinions of anyone he judged beneath him. But he cannot be allowed to ride roughshod over the common folk any longer. We must fight him. by all possible means.
Fight him? No. My purpose is to quell the tension in Northreach, not to stoke it. Respectfully, my lady. Our only chance of saving this town depends upon every one of us uniting against our common enemy. Your father and his followers included. While I understand your frustrations, I cling to the hope that he may yet be won round.
False hope, I assure you. But I see that your mind is made up. I shall bother you no longer. If you will extend me the same courtesy, I bid you good day.
She certainly has spirit.
Indeed. But unfortunately for us, that spirit is only likely to harden the Duke's resolve, which may be enough to seal the fate of this town. Not that she cares. This is all about her and her father.
Families.
I'm sorry, where were we? Ah, yes. I was about to tell you of Philippe's plans for the town watch. But perhaps it's better that you heard them from him. I believe he's in the market, if you'd be so kind as to seek him out.
Right away.
It's just a pity I cannot join you. I'd like to see the two of you in action together.
Misión aceptada, nueva ciudad, nuevo imperio 2. Vaya, me ha sorprendido que la hija del duque esté tan en contra de su padre. Quiere sacarlo de Northreach sea como sea. Y sin embargo Isabel no está de acuerdo con eso. Isabel quiere llegar a un acuerdo, ¿no? Que favorezca a ambas partes. Siempre y cuando además se proteja la ciudad. A ver, me parece lo más lógico. Por otra parte, pero bueno, en fin. Nosotros a lo nuestro y tenemos que ayudar a la guardia. Y Philip nos puede explicar un poquito más qué es lo que está ocurriendo.
Please, I beseech you. If you are a true son of Northreach, you must fight to defend your home.
That's exactly what I am doing, milady. Or trying to, at least. The land is crawling with fiends, and someone has to keep watch.
Even when our true enemy is hiding in the garrison? Fine. You're not the only able-bodied man in Northreach. Thank you so much for your help.
She cornered you too, then?
Could hardly get a word in edgeways. Like father, like daughter, eh?
She made an uninvited appearance at the Vale earlier, hoping to convince the Dame to join her in fomenting rebellion.
I bet that went well. Her ladyship seems to have a way with people. Anyway, what brings you here?
Our mutual friend thought you might welcome some help.
Oh, she did she? Right as always. In fact, you're just the man. We've had some reports, you see. Sightings of, you know what.
They're back.
Seems that way. All over, too. We haven't been able to confirm anything yet, but if you're willing, you could go and see what's what.
Right. Where should I look?
You know Grieger's Weep? One of the sightings places them somewhere on its shores.
I'm on my way.
Thank you, Clive. I'll look into one of the other sightings. Let's rendezvous back here later.
Bueno, pues tenemos que ir a investigar un lugar. Concretamente la lágrima de Grégora. No parece que esté muy lejos, así que vamos rápidamente con Ambrosía. Y veamos qué descubrimos por este lugar. Tal vez empíreos, acásicos. Bueno, acásicos lo dudo. Aquí no hay concentración de éter, o al menos no lo parece. Derrota a los enemigos. ¿Fantasmas? Vale. Pues un polvo de diamante. Como no tenemos las llamas del renacer todavía. Bueno, veo que ha sido suficiente. Vamos a rematar a los que quedan por aquí. Fuera. Y aparecen más. ¡Yujú! Ya tenemos las llamas del renacer. Que encima hay magos con cura. magos fantasmales. Rematamos. Uno menos. Y este creo que es el último. Sí. Enemigos derrotados. Demasiado fácil. 900 de experiencia. Y materiales.
Call that a test, Ultima? Clive, it's me. Are you all right? I am. But it seems the reports were true. The thralls have returned. I dispatched the few that I found, though.
Well, there's something, I suppose. But what were they doing south of town? They all came from the north last time. We might be able to fend off an attack from one side or the other, but from both?
Do you have eyes in the north?
Some. I should probably go and have a look, though, just to be sure. You head back to Northreach. I want you there just in case war breaks out while I'm away.
What do you mean?
Her ladyship's been busy working her magic on the townspeople. Stirring up ill feeling towards her father. But she'll have her marching on the barracks if we're not careful.
What? This is exactly what the Dane was afraid of. I'll do what I can to calm things down. Be careful out there, all right?
Don't worry, I'm not like you. One sniff of those things and I'm running back to town screaming blue murder.
Do you not see, Father? The people of Northreach have given enough, and only a fool would ask for more.
Listen to me, Sabine. Where would our people be without their country, hmm? The Empire is their sword and their shield. It is she that ensures they can live without fear. But now she teeters on the brink. Without their sword, how will the people fight? Without their shield, how will they protect their kin? Can the unarmed stand against the advancing hordes? No. But there is yet hope. A new shield, a new sword. A new empire. We can rebuild Sandbreck, just as Great Griga wills it.
Perhaps we could, Father. But we don't want to. Not if it is built on the broken backs of the people.
Please, let us not quarrel in the street. You must see that no good will come of this. Our fight is not with each other, but with the threat that draws ever closer to our gates. A threat that your sword has yet to rid us of, Your Eminence.
You will hold your tongue, whore! You may have filled my daughter's head with your heresy, but I will not be corrupted.
Corrupted? Your daughter's opinions are her own, as you would know if you had ever deigned to listen to her. At least I hope they are your opinions, and not posturing born of a family feud. Northreach deserves better than that.
Northreach deserves better than you, Carla. Yes, I know who you are. The slut of Twinside who bedded a Branded.
Jealous, are you? That a woman might choose a bearer over a pious man of Griga.
Clive! I met a swarm of thralls coming south from Oriflamme. Hundreds of them. Too many to count.
No. Work on the fortifications has scarcely begun. We will retreat to Caernorvant and there make our stand. Did you hear me? That was an order!
While this is but a heartfelt plea, let us make our stand here and protect our homes. Protect those that we love. Together, for Northreach!
dame. What are we waiting for? Pikemen to the gates. Archers to the roofs. Quickly, come on!
But she is but a common...
whore, yes. And we'd follow her to the gates of hell. The men have their orders, and they look like following them. I got them spaced out at regular intervals. Whichever direction the thralls strike from, there'll be someone there to meet them.
Thank you, Philippe. Rest assured the people will play their part. The herbalist has donated her stock of medicines to me. Should any of your men be injured, take them to the Vale. We'll see to them there.
Thank you, milady. I will.
I'll play my part too. You still want for numbers. Unlike the enemy. I only hope I can go some way to evening the odds. Philippe, can I leave the south in your hands? I doubt the thralls by the lake were the last of their number.
Of course. I'll lead a party down that way so we don't get taken by surprise. What about you?
I'll make my way up the road to Oriflamme. I fought a few of these things. And while I can't promise to hold them all back, I should be able to thin the herd.
All right. But take care.
Thank you. Both of you.
You can thank us when it's over.
Till then, madame.
¡Qué cerdo ha sido el duque! Diciendo que se había acostado con un portador que era una vulgar ramera. Pues fíjate, todo el mundo le hace caso a la ramera. Y no me extraña. Lo único que le preocupa a Isabel es proteger la ciudad. Y haría cualquier cosa. Básicamente igual que Quinten, que Lubor, que Marta, todos ellos luchan y hacen cualquier cosa por proteger sus aldeas y a los habitantes. Y nosotros, al igual que el resto de soldados, vamos a ayudar también a Isabel. Debemos dirigirnos a Oriflame, que está aquí cerquita, y enfrentarnos a otro grupo de hieródulos. O al menos eso creo. Vamos a ver. Sí, ahí los tenemos. Vamos a acercarnos a un grupo que sea bastante grande y utilizamos el polvo de diamantes. Vamos rematando. Para rematar podéis utilizar el sable oscuro y así aumentar un poquito más de nivel el sable justiciero. Pero vamos, tampoco lo utilicéis demasiado porque con el poco daño que hace podríais eternizar esta batalla. Vamos a meter por aquí una onda letal que ataca a varios. A la carmesí. No la alcancé, pensé que estaban más cerca. Bueno, da igual. Hay que andar con cuidado, chicos, que son muchos enemigos y mientras os centráis en uno os puede atacar otro por la espalda. Aunque la parte positiva es que contamos con otros 3 personajes, con lo cual es bastante difícil que se centren en nosotros. Tenemos a Joshua, a Jill y a Thorgan. Bueno, con el modo superación yo diría que... vale, con esto no contaba. Llamas del renacer, a ver si podemos matar a esos 3 que estaban por ahí detrás. Perfecto. Y así ya nos quedamos cara a cara con el golem. Qué buena esa. Le hemos congelado, aprovechamos para pegarle. Ahí está, casi le hemos quitado toda la barra de vulnerabilidad. De hecho, con esto se la quitamos del todo. Siga fulgor. Tenemos ya el ala carmesí otra vez. Bien. Qué lástima que no tengamos el sable justiciero de nivel 5. Porque yo creo que lo hubiéramos derrotado ya. Cuidado. He saltado. Ojo. 2 mortal. Nah, lo tenemos. Ya le queda muy poca vida. Con una ala carmesí más podríamos derrotarle ya. Pero todavía no lo tengo. Ahora, ya lo tengo. Uy, mira qué bien. Encima le hemos congelado. Pues ya está. Enemigos derrotados. Estamos a punto de subir de nivel, ¿eh? Igual con la recompensa de la misión, subimos ya a nivel 48.
That looks to be the last of them. I wonder how the others fared. Better hurry back to town. Come on, Torgal.
Clive, it's good to see you.
And you. The road to Oriflamme is clear. How did you and your men fare?
Well, we ended up fighting for our lives down by the lake. Took a few nicks, but nothing the girls of the Vale can't put right.
Glad to hear it.
Well, it seems we've survived. For the time being, at least. I thank you both for answering the call.
You were right. And I was wrong. About everything. I had thought that the only way to unite the people was under the banner of Empire. That without a strong hand to guide them, they would drift apart. To be borne hither and yon by the eddying currents of fate. But you brought them together. Not by force, nor by the exercise of goddess-given authority, but by simply being one of them. By knowing what they feel, because you feel it yourself.
Our purpose was ever the same, Your Eminence. You were merely distracted by a loftier vision of empire and glory, while our eyes beheld matters closer to home.
You have the right of it again. As did you, Sabine. His radiance said it himself. Sanbreque is naught without her citizens. I forgot that. And I am sorry.
I'm sorry too, Father. I should never have taken things so far. I only wanted you to understand how the people felt. How I felt. But my anger got the better of me.
Do not blame yourself, my dear. This was my doing. I should have listened to you. To all of you.
Your Eminence, your Ladyship, I do not doubt that you came here with the best of intentions. But I believe the same could be said of us all. We all want safety, security, prosperity. Not just for Northreach, but for the entire realm. And we may yet achieve it. If only we work together. Will you join us in this?
Yes. We shall.
Thank you, Your Eminence. Now that that is settled, I must go and see to the wounded. The Vale's doors are always open to any soldier in need of relief. And today there are more than ever before.
Madame Isabel is a rare soul indeed. In these dark times, I see that it is not men like me who should lead the realm, but women like her.
You're right. If only I'd listened to her when I had the chance.
Forgive me for saying so, milady, but you still do. The dame said it herself. We can turn things around. We just have to work together. And that goes for you, too. You're one of us now.
one of you.
Well said, Captain. Let this be a new beginning. Not only for Sanbreque, but for us.
Well, since there's nothing more to be done here, I should see if Isabel needs any help moving the wounded.
Parece que al final han llegado a un entendimiento, lo cual es muy bueno para la ciudad. Vamos a hablar de nuevo con Isabel y supongo que completar la misión. Por aquí. ¿Nos hablará sobre esa relación que tuvo con un portador? Vamos a ver.
How goes the treatment of the wounded? I'll be happy to man one end of a stretcher if it would help.
You've helped quite enough for one day, Clive. Thank you.
Don't mention it.
Oh, but I must. After all you've done for this town, it is the very least you deserve.
Tell me, if Northreach had fallen, what would you have done? A woman of your means could find a home anywhere in the realm, but I sense you would rather have died here.
It's a long story.
For you, madame, I have all the time in the world.
Very well. Long ago, I had a life in the Crystalline Dominion. I was Carla then, courtesan to the nobility. So sought after was I that it was only they who could afford my time. Alas, those halcyon days were not to last. For naive as I was, I fell in love with a bearer. He was my master's guard, the gentlest man I have ever known. After they discovered us together, he was whipped bloody and forbidden from ever looking at me again. And so we fled. Not that we had anywhere to flee to. We wandered, aimless and starving, half dreading, half praying that the next day would be our last. Until we found ourselves here, in Northreach. It was the veil that took us in, that fed us, clothed us, and healed our hurts. Those that could be healed, at least. My love was already too far gone.
He passed away.
He did. Not long after we arrived. But at least we were able to share a few moments of peace before the end. It was the greatest gift I have ever received. But the generosity of this town and her people did not end there. The men and women of the Vale supported me through my grief. Shared in it, though I was still a stranger to them. They treated me like a sister. And so I swore that I would always do the same. That I would return the kindness that Northreach showed me. That I would repay my debt to the Vale.
Thank you, Isabel, for sharing this with me.
You're a lot like him, you know. Perhaps that is why I have such a soft spot for you. Never stop fighting, Clive. And I shan't either. I know that it will not be easy to keep Northreach together. But our efforts will be rewarded. Just look at us now. The people, the soldiers, even the Duke of Oriflamme and his daughter, all united in defense of this town that we have come to call our home. And what of you? Can we count on your support too?
Always.
Buah, menuda historia, por lo que ha tenido que pasar Isabel. Por enamorarse de un portador, al pobre lo desollaron a latigazos. Es increíble, qué manera de tratar a la humanidad. En fin, bueno, hemos subido de nivel, que eso está muy bien. Y conseguimos cartel del manto de la noche, coleccionable y oricalco. Y con esto además hemos conseguido el trofeo Un héroe de cartel. Debería de haberos saltado en este mismo instante tras haber completado esta misión si habéis estado siguiendo la guía. Vale, chicos, básicamente esos carteles se consiguen en distintas misiones secundarias y esta era la última que teníamos que hacer. Volvemos de nuevo a la guarida y vamos a leer las últimas cartas que tuvimos que recibir tras haber completado todas estas misiones secundarias. Vamos a ver qué nos han dicho. Supongo que tendremos una carta de Lubor, otra de Isabel. Veamos. Y también le echaremos un vistazo a los coleccionables, que creo que tenemos bastantes. Uy, tenemos 4 cartas. Comenzamos con Antes de partir. Ifrit, tenéis mi más sincera gratitud por haberme dado la oportunidad de volver a reunirme con el maestro Harpócrates. Ahora podré afrontar la gran empresa que nos aguarda sin remordimiento alguno. En estas pocas lunas que el Gregora ha tenido a bien reunirnos, vos y vuestro hermano habéis hecho por mí mucho más de lo que podría haber imaginado. Estoy en deuda con ambos, mas dejad que mis alas la salden. De esta última batalla depende el futuro por el que tanto habéis luchado. Jamás claudiquéis. Dion. No claudicaremos, tranquilo. Siguiente, las crónicas de una batalla. Clive, gracias por atender la petición de este anciano de cansados huesos. Me avergüenza admitir que, preso de la incertidumbre y la cobardía, nunca me atreví a contactar con mi viejo amigo para comunicarle lo orgulloso que me sentía de él. Tu intervención ha marchitado las espinas que atenazaban este viejo corazón. Quizás, si mi sugerencia es de tu agrado, podríamos estrenar la pluma que te regalé cuando regreses victorioso de tu última batalla. A muchos nos gustaría leer y conservar tu aventura en los cielos junto al príncipe Dion y tu hermano. Qué majo. Siguiente, el cambio empieza ahora. No soy tan inocente como para creer que un par de insultos y una pedrada van a disipar el odio que llevan profesando una vida entera contra los portadores. Hace falta educación y tiempo, mucho tiempo. La hostilidad que mancha el corazón de los hombres es difícil de limpiar. Cual crisol ennegrecido, en sus paredes se adhieren capas y capas de impurezas que solo un buen cepillo, en manos del más paciente de los aprendices, es capaz de quitar. Por suerte, tu intervención nos ha brindado la oportunidad perfecta para empezar a cambiar las cosas. Dicen que la noche es más oscura justo antes del amanecer, y por eso me alegro de contar con un amigo capaz de iluminarme con sus llamas. Lubor. Qué 2 líneas más bonitas las últimas. Y por último, nuestro mayor triunfo. Vuelvo a empuñar la pluma para una vez más mirar por la ventana mientras pienso en las palabras que escoger para agradecer toda tu labor, para condensar los sentimientos del pueblo de Northridge, y me es imposible. Tendrás que hacerme una visita al manto de la noche para que te las diga en persona. ¿Seguro que será solo para eso? Sin embargo, hay algo que quiero que sepas ahora. Nuestra última victoria fue muy diferente a la primera. Esta vez hemos ganado no solo con tu ayuda, sino con la de todos. Las penurias por las que hemos pasado nos han enseñado que no somos tan diferentes como pensábamos. Noble y mercader, ambos quieren a su patria. Portador y hombre libre, ambos buscan un futuro mejor. Todo aquello que nos une es mucho más que lo que nos separa, y nos da fuerzas para arrastrar hasta el mayor de los peligros. Aunque todo acásico, hieródulo y bandido de Balistea cargue contra nuestras murallas, no nos acobardaremos, plantaremos cara, ganaremos. Isabel. Madre mía, qué bonitas palabras. Unión, eso es lo que se necesita. Por último, vamos a echar un vistazo a la colección, que ya tenemos un montón de cosas. Una vez que las tengamos todas, saltará un trofeo. Nos quedan 2 en concreto. Y nada, chicos, creo que lo dejaremos por aquí. Como siempre, deciros que espero que os esté gustando mucho la guía, que os esté resultando muy útil, os agradecería un buen like, suscribiros al canal para más contenido y nos vemos en el siguiente vídeo. ¡Hasta pronto, gentecilla!